Good morning, FML word. Blade Traval. Last we played this game, Paladin continued to suck. More insights into this game. You are returned, and with the Tamate Byakko of Geomancy, I gather. Yeah, here you go. Very good, very good. Of course, there's no need for fear of the well-being of the warrior who faced Byakko and lived. Let us brook no further delay and make ready for the next stage of Soroban's training. Listen well, everyone, for the magics we're about to unleash are ancient and terrifying, exceedingly dangerous, especially for Soroban. I wish you'd stop saying that. Be at ease. Byakko will devote his energies to maintaining the wards in Karyu's prison while we are occupied. Should you be indisposed for a time, we will manage. And I've been secretly... Oh my god, I'm standing on Totaro. Secretly practicing my Arcanum in preparation for a time like this. After all, we've each got to do our part if we're going to claim the fabulous riches. I mean, save the Ruby Sea from certain doom. Your enthusiasm notwithstanding, I expect we will need to turn to you should the training go awry. Take a moment to gear up. Sure. What do I get at 70? Blood Speller. And Quietus, which I think is... Yep, that's my two spenders. Oh, I have no idea, Scion. I'll probably let chat decide, to be completely honest. Okay, so that's just the thing. It is. Which is there. And that's that. Yeah, yep, looks like Dark Knight is, not really all that changed at 70. It's got its two spenders, and that's it. Let me just stand in front of this box that ages you 1,000 years here. Remember, Soroban, once opened, the box will spew forth smoke. Remain still, let it wash over you. Surrender to the magic and let it transform you into an auspice. And you're certain this will be temporary. As honored as I would be to join your ranks, I fear I'm too young to be so old. Come, let's retreat to a safer distance. Yeah, no kidding. Let's not be in front of the box that's about to be opened. That ages people 1,000 years. Hi, Zach Deft. Hello, Omega Legion. Hello, Pillow Willow. Da-na-na-na. Cough, hack, wheeze. That's a lot of smoke. It's fake. I knew it. No, Totaro! Totaro! A waste of time. There better be treasure or something inside. Totaro! What are you doing? Is that really necessary? Could you have asked me to move nicely? Well, you're an old woman now, Totaro. Right? Right? Good morning, Sputnik Lock. Sputnik Lock, excuse me. Da-na-na-na! My face, my beautiful face! It feels like leather left out in sun. Get a hold of yourself, child. You've been aged, nothing more. Be grateful you're not exposed longer. You would have died. You may as well be dead already. I can't go on like this. You heard it here. Suicide is preferable to being old. Can confirm. Did I not tell you the magic is fleeting? You need only endure it for a moment. All will be as it was. Are you happy? God, Totaro. How's Soroban doing? So preoccupied with the urchin, I've completely forgot about Soroban. I hope he's not been overexposed. If he's been aged to excess, his Aramitama might already be... Well, on your guard. I'm afraid he means to kill us all. He bathed in the magic for far longer than the urchin, so I expect he'll return to normal. Will not return to normal as quickly. I dare say he will retain his form long enough to destroy the temple if we don't subdue him. Well, that's what I'm here for. Alright, time to see Tataru's incredible dungeoneering skills. She's been practicing, she's been training. She's got this. Go, Carbuncle, go! Oh yeah, she, Desertion is punishable by death. My death! Okay, in case you missed that, her carbuncle just bailed on her. Again. Oh yeah, she likes to run into those attacks, by the way. If you didn't catch that. Well, I guess I should say that. She had it back in Heavensward, I think, Yusufor. Yeah, Tataru being concerned with finances, A+. Tataru being obsessed with finance to the point where it's deleterious to her character, F-. We in the know refer to this as the Pinkie Pie effect. Are they doing along now? I like how Tataru runs to you with that, by the way. Was it an AR? God, I don't remember. Whatever it was. Honestly, AR blurs, and I just played it a few weeks ago. Death to AR. Okay, I've got this now. Oh, I win. Yay! No, I guess that would have been error, now that I'm thinking about it. It would have been patch content during the Crystal Braves arc. Which I will freely admit, I tend to think of as a Heavensward quest arc, so that's my problem there. What's happened? Why do you look so exhausted? Nah, I'm good, Zach Taft. I got this. My dear Sorbonne, I knew you had potential, but it seemed I grossly underestimated your capacity for chaos. In any case, despite this unexpected turn of events, I should like to declare this training session a success. Okay. But yes, Tataru, if you were paying attention, is literally programmed to be the worst dungeon maid ever, which I'm sure we've all had at least one of in our lives. She brings telegraphs to you, stands and attacks, and doesn't dodge anything, and does no DPS, while we're on the subject. I've had one of those just a few weeks ago in that frickin' Balzer's Wall run. Truth be told, this comes as a relief, though Soroban's present strength pales in comparison to that of Byakko and myself. We now know for certain his potential is extraordinary. Yes, if she dies, you fail. She's effectively the timer of the fight. It's pretty easy to just live through most of what Soroban does yourself. Very little of his damage is unavoidable. But she gets hit by everything, so... I struggle to believe I could ever wield such power. All who were strong were once weak. I am no exception. Until I met Tenzin, I was no more of the floundering turtle you see before you now. You never tell us how you fell in with him. Ah, well, if you wish to know the details. Long, long ago, when I had lived 100 or so years and only just begun to become something more, I received my first vision. A terrible calamity, one that would claim the lives of countless innocents, was imminent. Jesus, Blade Traval. But what was a little turtle to do? For while I had seen the future with crystal clarity, I was powerless to stop it. I could look on, helpless, as cities burned and men died. So it was for centuries, until one day. After 500 years, I had grown stronger, more reckless. I believed I could make a difference. So when I foresaw a landslide that would bury a nearby village, I ventured forth to warn people. Alas, while they were quick to discern I was no common animal, they could make no sense of my panicked flailings. To them I was a queer dancing turtle, a source of considerable amusement, for I knew not the words of men, and so my warnings fell upon deaf ears. It would be no different. Yet again they would die. People turned and walked away, bored with the fleeting amusement. Excuse me, if a flailing turtle is far more than fleeting amusement. Thank you very much. With a heart fit to burst with sorrow and despair, I made to quit the village. Just then I heard a voice, kind and gentle. Little one, you look troubled. What burdens you so? Though I knew he was addressing me, I doubt he would understand. Still, I told him of my vision. Of the landslide I knew would bury the village and everyone in it, and my vain attempts to warn them. Your kindness is only surpassed by your bravery, little one. Fear not, I, Tenzin, and my comrade Byakko shall act in your stead. As Tenzin drew his sword, a great white tiger emerged from the wilds. Shall we give them a show? He whispered to the beast, which inclined its massive head ever so slightly in response. They ran into the center of the village and began to fight as if they were bitter enemies, intent on killing each other, blade and fang flashing, too fast for the eye to follow. The two broke apart for an instant, and Tenzin bellowed, "Hearken to me, this white demon thirsts for the blood of man. If you value your lives, flee, seek shelter in the next village." Needless to say, the bewildered villagers gathered up what was at hand and ran screaming, too terrified to look back. As the three of us watched them go, I heard the white demon mutter, "You know full well I have not once tasted man flesh." It's not that tasty. The village was later destroyed in a landslide, as foreseen, but for the first time I managed to make a difference. Thereafter we became traveling companions and close friends. I shared with them my village visions. Shut up, Dakota. And together we labored to save those that we could. On the eve of what may be the greatest calamity I ever foreseen, I feel Tenzin's absence keenly. Nevertheless, we must carry on. You may not have him, but you got Lauren. He's no slouch. Yeah, I got your back. I always got your back. Even when you're an adorable turtle. Right then, we must resume our training, ere we forget the lessons of your time as an auspice. Yes, of course. Well, in that case, I should return to the mountain of paperwork in Kugane I've been ignoring. Oh, and Soroban, I left your takoyaki with Kamaitachi for safekeeping. Yeah, I was actually about to say, they're very similar to Loa, but there are distinctions. And I kind of like it. Of course, I like Loa. I think Loa are one of the more fascinating things they added to the Warcraft setting, so I'm with it. Under these circumstances, I do not think I'll have time to return for Tamamizu for even a short spell, so could you go tell the Elder to be back in 3 months when the next patch comes out? Yeah, sure. Now, this is just my own read on things, but it feels like certain animals that simply have the ability to live long enough just gather enough ether to eventually develop, for lack of a better way to put it. So hypothetically, a lot of things could live long enough to gather ether to develop within this setting. But you can see why it doesn't happen all that often. because of the aforementioned live long enough requirement. Yeah, exactly, Takoda. I was going to mention the similarity to how the dragons function in this thing. And yeah, the animal weapon, this thing. This lovely little ball. So, Soroban's doing well. Extraordinary. He's always been diligent and hardworking. Still, he's so amazing. He's so incredible. So wonderful. So fun. The next is Suzaku, which we'll be doing whenever we get 8 people, as mentioned last night. So we have a missive from a cat. Because of course we do. Brave adventurer who stood fast and quelled the raging Aramitama of my comrade. Pray return to the risen temple. Okay. Now this makes me wonder, because I'm just the kind of person who thinks about horrible things like this. I wonder if the Allagons perfected a way to artificially do this. And what's funny is, if you really think about it, there's 2 ways the Allagons could accomplish that. One, just infuse something artificially with a ton of ether, the Hojo method. Or 2, artificially elongate the lifespan of an existing person and or creature, so that it lives long enough to accumulate the aforementioned ether. Food for thought. So yes, we're about to unlock Suzaku and then pause this for, some time. I actually have a note here of which class quests we'll be doing in the interim. So I'll open the board, because this is all new to me at this point, other than like Astrologian, Red Mage, and I think that's it actually. So quite possible Blade Tribal. Because we know Zand, or Zande if you prefer, actually lived for quite a while, even by Allagon circumstances. Anyways, so we've got Scholar, Dragoon, Samurai, Machinist, Black Mage, and Summoner. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to talk to this stupid guy. That's... What is on your head? Why is there a leaf on your head? You know what, I don't even care. And gotta talk to Giga Pudding's pet here. Never mind. Oh, there's an interesting thought. And a really horrible thought, Blade Tribal. Well met, well met. But where's the little urchin girl of whom I have grown so fond? It's a good question. It would be remiss of us to proceed without her. Why not summon her with that trinket of yours? Hey, Totaro. Hello? Law, is that you? Yeah, what's up? Right now? Well, if you insist. I do. I need you to get here so I can wait for another few hours before I can actually do the upcoming event. Law, Genbu. Good of you to join us, little urchin. You know, there's such a thing as running a joke into the ground. Yes, there is, Hildebrand. It pleases me to inform you that thanks to your assistance with his training, Soroban's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long, we may count him among our most formidable warriors. Out of curiosity, where is Soroban anyway? Engrossed in a very special exercise, I'm afraid. Trust me when I say you would not want to see him in his current state. Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it. But I called you here not to discuss our Pujan friend. The wards have grown weaker, presaging Koryu's inevitable escape. Before he breaks free, the four lords must marshal their strength. And so I must entreat you to quell the raging Arimatama of a near comrade once more. A fight, is it? That's where a warrior of light shines. That is kind of all I can do. Well, that and make stuff and gather stuff. I can kill stuff, make stuff, and gather stuff. Actually, that's kind of a decent kit if you think about it. So yeah, Suzaku. This is, I'm pretty sure, the monk weapons I've been using this whole time. It's been too long, elder brother. Several hundred years, by my reckoning. Am I to assume you've kept your silent vigil all this time, Suzaku? And let us not speak of such things. You bade me hither, come hither for reports. Yes! Koryu's wards grow weaker by the day. The calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The four lords must join their strength together once more. By the way, good morning, Von Falkenstein. To that end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul. Yep, I'm super strong. Let's go. How dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue, of kindness? You sully his memory. You dare think his equal, his better? Jeez, dude. Compared to Byakko, she seems much more angry. The Aramitama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a love lost, but it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior. Learn the truth of her heart. Man, I don't know. I just know the winds. And that's completely unrelated to any of this. The four winds. Forgive her. She knows not what she says. Well, I got heals. Do you want me to heal you? You crave battle, then. Even if it brings your death. Out of duty, you pit yourself against enemies ever stronger. Without hesitation, without fear, you muster your courage and... No! You're not even a pale shadow of his glory! There was but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero, and he is long since... Yeah, that's right, there's one hero on the whole planet. Ever in history. If so, the Ruby Sea will be consumed, and we, our sworn protectors, will have failed. This Tenzin's memory is so sacred, it would doom this land out of spite! God damn it, Unpublisher. Oh, Byakko, do you not see? Before I called you brother, I was but a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that was all I was ever meant to be, for I can brook no replacement at my side or in my heart. Not so easily as you. Have you forgotten his final moments, how he fought and died to defeat Koryu? How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes? How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared in my mind's eye. A blackened scar on my soul. How can I possibly forget? Nor should you. Yeah, that's it. Nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road, but to exalt the past over the present, to live life in mourning and never move on, is to dishonor his memory. How dare you speak to me of dishonor? You who have opened the home to a pretender! I see him plainly, how he's wormed his way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzin's manner, cloaking himself in his scent, seeking to supplant Tenzin in our minds. Yeah, she's gone. Listen to yourself, my sister. The Aramitama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quelled before your soul is forever lost. Only to Tenzin will I entrust myself. Only his love will I accept. You have nothing to fear from me. He said, very well. I await you in the depths, in my place of mourning. And when it is ended, I shall mourn you, too. Lady, we haven't even had a frickin' dinner yet. Alright, whatever. The love she bore him gave her great strength once. Alas, though through it, the Aramitama has found purchase in her soul. It feeds on her grief and despair. 'Tis plain your presence troubles her. She senses your blessing and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. Like I said, dinner first. Not a man slut. Be warned, she commands many powers. Geomantic currents. Well, that sounds kind of cool. So let's see here. So I actually got to look up the specifics. Looks like the north wind is the frozen wind. And then the east wind is the fierce wind, aka the desert wind. That would make the west wind... Yep, the west wind is the healing wind. And then the southern wind is the lightning wind. Oh, and now we're at the steppe. Woo! Okay, so we're going to put that on pause. Until we have 8 people, 7 people. I think we have 3 right now that we can do that with. Dragoon or Scholar? Someone pick. Wait, did I say Scholar? I did say Scholar. Yep, we're going. Dragoon. Okay, let's do it. Dragoon. I've had Alize's quest for like a year at this point. It's kind of funny. Or whenever I finished the Shadowbringer stream. So, because of the nature of how this game is, I can only have one New Game Plus in slot at a time. So if I were to interrupt the Four Lords, I'd have to start it all over again. So I can't, in other words. So, for example, you see here, I've done this quest right here, and I've done this quest right here, and I've done this quest right here. These, thus, would require New Game Plus. So I have to do the class quests that are not New Game Plus now. Make sense? So that's why I have a list. I've got Scholar, Dragoon, Samurai, Machinist, Black Mage, and Summoner. So. Dragoon. I've also got a rant I'm going to share at some point, but I'm not sure when. Ah, Lord, word of Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary has reached mine ears. Whilst part of me is quite capable of sympathizing with his desire to abandon the Holy See, I do wish he'd said something ere his departure. But then it's only to be expected. With Needhog slain, the Horde's ranks have fallen into disarray. They're not the threat they once were. Ishgard has scant need of an Azure Dragoon. Suffice to say, one would imagine the role of the Dragoon shall be similarly forced to change as we enter an era of relative peace. However, whilst you may have saved Estinian from the Great Worm, my mind is yet plagued by Haustian's internal strife. May Helone lend her the strength she needs to shake free of the Dragonblood's fierce grip. You're looking well. Master Law, pleasure to see you two. Lord Montagains, we were just speaking of your daughter. Remember her, by the way? The daughter of mine is why I sought you out. I was recently handed a letter by a merchant that had passed through the Chocobo Forest. If her word is to be believed, it was entrusted by Haustian herself. The letter was a call for help. Oh my god, was she set upon by heretics? No. We don't know what happened. Then we need to frickety go! Yes. I interrupt your bow. What the hell is Nastrond? Deliver an attack to all enemies in a straight line before we... What the hell is Nastrond? Or actually, a better question would be, what does Nastrond replace? That's probably the best way to actually phrase that. Hang on, I need to get these off the tracker. There we go. I mean, you realize that's kind of what I did with Falkenstein. I got almost everything to 90, and I got everything to 80. Upgrade to... Is that this attack? Yes, okay, cool. Listen, I don't know move names, okay? That's all voodoo science to me. Line slash. Buff 1, buff 2, big hit. AoE 1, AoE 2. Back jump. Additional attack. Jump 2. 1, 2, and 3. I don't remember what this is. I really don't remember what that is, so that's whatever. And then, of course, we have good jump and AoE jump. I think it's actually everything. Everything else I have baked in, like the second parts of the combo and the second part of jump. It's all stuff that's baked in. Lord, so the letter reached my father. Sorry for having you journey so far just to meet me, as you know I can't return to Ishgard in my current condition. You realize the war is actually, really over at this point. Like, I know we're still kind of working out that whole peace thing, but you could probably come home. The Blood's hold is not as firm as it once was. This is largely thanks to a new ally of mine. A dragon! Da-da-da-da. Hang on, is that related to the other one? My Heavensward notes. Damn it. Frickin' Needhog and his eyes. Why do you have so many eyes? What is this, Bloodborne? God. There we go, Heavensward. I know I wrote his damn name down. Call Meek. Nope, different family name. Oh well, I was curious. Moving on. It's an honor to meet you, hero of men. Much have I heard from you from my father. He would often speak of a warrior that boasts of the strength of a dragon. Ornkai has been a great friend ever since he first came across me suffering from the blood's effects. I very much doubt I would be capable of standing here exchanging words were not for his help. I called you here in order to repay my debt. Ornkai, tell Lord what troubles you. Thank you. Before I came into this world, in the age when man and dragon were at peace, my father had a consort. But the Dragon Song War tore them asunder. Father belonged to Hrace Velgr's brood, as do I, but the consort was in Needhog's. When Needhog demanded vengeance for the wrongs committed against him and Ratatoskr, Father asked his consort to fly far to the east. She bore no ill will towards man, and while she wanted nothing more than to stay by Father's side, she accepted his request and fled the conflict. However, your valiant actions have put an end to the Dragon Song War. I'm positive the consort will return if we tell her of the war's conclusion. She requires you to search for her father's consort and bring her back home. However, she left Dravania some 1,000 summers past. Locating her will not be an easy task. It'll probably take like 3 quests to do it. While I am somewhat recovered, I am far from being in complete control, which is why I summoned you. Yeah, sure. You should probably send a letter to your dad, too. So, talk to Sir Alberic. Okay. And yes, Needhog is turbo dead. No, really, he's gone. There's nothing left of Needhog at this point. You're right, Scion. There's no way I could ever get everything to 80. Cough. I mean, that's an easy answer, Von Falkenstein. As long as we get rid of the shifts in time twice a year, I'm happy. So let's do it! No more daylight savings time. Spit on it. Patooey. No, I'm gonna stand by my statement, Omega Legion. Needhog is turbo dead. Killed him. We killed his shade. Why are you doing the lawn today? What is today? Today's Thursday, right? Today is Thursday. Why are you doing the lawn today? Well, I can't mute myself, so you could hear some noise here in a minute. So, we successfully found her. Yay! Let's see. Talk to the priest! He knows all about the legends. Okay. Next quest is available at level 63. Well, what do you know? I mean, as long as we're all not changing our hours, that's all I really give a damn about Von Falkenstein. I don't care which direction we do it in. As long as there's no shifts twice a year. Or once a year. Or ever. Priest made me make it clear that these kind of legends are colorful. Quite common is it for a mere Scalekin or Puck to, with the Keeper's help, transform into a terrifying, fearsome dragon. I suppose it should come as little surprise. Legends gain fame by capturing the imagination of the masses. It would not do for an unadorned winged lizard to be the protagonist. So anyways... You seriously want... Okay. Why do I have to go to Dravania, and then go to Kurthus, and then go to Dravania, and then go to Kurthus? I mean, that's possible, Blade Taval, and truth be told, I don't even really have a lot of information to gauge on that. I just like to think that Needhog's permanently dead because I'm sick and tired of every fiction ever making sure that, for some reason, some things just don't stay dead when they die. And Lord knows this game is very guilty of that, as multiple negatives will attest to. But like I said, I'm just sick of that in general. Can you just stay dead? God damn it, you died! Go away! Ah! God damn it, Omega Legion, no! Don't even joke about that. Ugh. Ah, yes, I would never forget Sir Alberic's exquisite handwriting. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. First time seeing patterns menus. Fascinating you can share information in such a manner. Dravanian history is chronicled not with letters, but through song. These verses have taught me much about Faunem. Faunem? I'll go with Faunem, my father's consort. Yeah, I know, big spoiler. We kill the big bad guy in Shadowlands. I know, shocking. There is actually a real spoiler there, which I will not be sharing, but I don't think that qualifies. Faunem, well, knowing her name can only aid the search. Pray accompany him to the ruins of the Fist of Rhalgr and the Fringes. The journey ahead is long, and it will not delay us. Yep, it's going to be very, very, very long to get out there. Let's hang on. And we're there. Okay, we did it. Whew, that was a tough one. Oh yeah, we should do that quest at some point too. We can do that after Dragoon. Remind me of that quest chain. Well, no, right. I was saving that for after the. Screw it. We'll do it anyways. Do it live. It's actually patch content, but at this point, I don't care. We're doing Stormblood so patchworky in terms of content because of availability that it's whatever at this point. Not me, Mike Romano. Then again, I'm surprised Europe, as the EU, to be more accurate, didn't abolish DST years ago. I mean, I know the EU takes forever to do stuff, but damn. I'm pretty sure it's the unlock for the Beast Tribe, the Ananta, whatever Beast Tribe. But the relevant reason, and the reason I've saved it, is because it has to do with Gaius and Black Rose. Seeing man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I would expect something similar to those in the Churning Mists. Let's venture inside and see if she can be found. She cannot be found. Is this your mother? Are you my mommy? Countries were like, nah. We're going to keep doing it for no good reason. And the United States was like, yeah, we're going to keep doing it for no good. Wait, changed our minds. In fairness, it's not actually official yet here in the States, because it has to go through several other things before it actually becomes a thing here. Hey, Reggie. Yeah, but I had to go with the Are You My Mommy reference. That depends on how it handles its trip through the House, Mike Romano. Right now it's gone through the Senate, but not the House. Or the House, not the Senate. I actually forget which order it is. I haven't actually done my deep dive on it yet, because I've been really busy doing this. I've been admiring the craftsmanship of man when it's suddenly moved towards me, though I struggle to believe this is what the legends refer to as the slumbering worm. You? Dear Lord, I didn't know you were researching the slumbering worm. Wait, do you know of the slumbering worm? You've journeyed here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon. Haha, you Dravanians could do with studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm has long passed. The High Priest Heimart, known as the Slumbering Worm, departed this world over 300 years ago. The Slumbering Worm was a mere man? Of course, why would you think otherwise? Heimart was a monk, renowned for his mastery of meditation. Though when necessary, he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the Slumbering 100 men, however... It seems we must begin our search anew. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let's pay a visit to Sir Alberic. Do I have to go back to the frickin' Kurthus? Bye, Eric. Eric? Eric, we're gone. What's the name of the history teacher in Harry Potter? You know, the one who's dead. Professor Binns? Is that right? I believe you. So, the reason I bring that up, we actually had a discussion on Sunday, while discussing My Little Pony, about the nature of history teachers and how, you know, only a bad teacher teaches history in a boring manner, since history is a bit of a performative subject. The reason I bring that up is I think of him whenever I think of Eric there. Just, you know, zero charisma, zero ability to actually tell the history that is quite fascinating in a manner that engages anybody's attention. I'm relieved we're not alone in failing to consider the possibility of a non-Dravanian slumbering worm. So yeah, we need to go to the Far East next, to Kagane. How do you expect to find fun without a dragon in tow? Your plight is well understood. It's a shame your wings do not match your ambition. Though, mayhap I have not fully considered all options available to us. We do owe you a great debt for all you've done to Hostian. Allow me some time. I shall see to it you are able to follow Lore to the Far East. You have my thanks. Oh, I wish I could set up this very moment. Perhaps a spot of hunting could calm me down. That's how you call... Okay. We all calm down different ways. I play Mega Man. You know, that's cool. At the very least, we know Hostian will not have wanted for company since leaving Ishgard. Sadly, I may be struggling to secure passage for the East in timely manner as you would like. Keep your lance arm homed. Go get 3 more levels. I was fast. Damn, you level fast. Alright, so. I've reached an agreement with the owner of an establishment in the area. Bokaisen Hot Springs. I took the liberty of making the little one aware of a few local legends. Hopefully they'll aid you in your search. Now go to Kagane. I swear to God, if I have to go to Kurthus again, especially with the increased price of travel, which is, by the way, 1,300 gil. God damn it. Ah, for the days when it capped at 999. If I haven't made it clear, I am not in favor of that change. I haven't been since they did it. I also disagree with their stated reasons for doing it. But that's neither here nor there. Come one, come all. I mean, that would be me. I would be the one to do that in Mega Legion. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes. There's not that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. How about dragons? Oh, Lore Runner. My package just arrived to you. I shall fetch it right now. That's true. We do have... Actually, I don't have Explosion, so I can't use the Blue Mage Hearthstone. Someone, anyone, release me from this icy prison! Ugh, what was that blasted dragoon thinking? It's all well and good for him to just send me simply sleep through the journey. He's not the one stuffed in a crate of ice crystals. And the boat! Oh, how it rocked. Admittedly, he is right in thinking dragons are capable of entering a long sleep-like state, but we're not bears! We do not require freezing cold temperatures. Ah, my fangs are like icicles. Ah, that said, I enjoyed my best sleep for many a year. Then why are you complaining? At any rate, let's resume the search. Before I was unceremoniously stuffed into that crate, Sir Albrecht told me of a legend of Seryu, a dragon regarded as the guardian of the Far East. Although something tells me we will not have as much luck with this tale either. The story has existed for a few thousand years. Fonham only came to this man mere millennia ago. Sir Albrecht agreed the story most worthy of attention was the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. I suggest you visit Isari. Try asking the residents. Do some talking. Do that thing you hero people do. I don't know. I'm still struggling to believe my eyes. That was a genuine dragon. A more auspicious omen I could have not wished to see. Because, of course, they would take that as a good thing. Really? Okay, whatever. Yep, time to punch out the sun. See, the hard part's just reaching it. Once you get there, you're good to go. This is a lot of travel for a dragoon quest, I must point out. I'm not super inclined towards this from a gameplay perspective. Now imagine doing this as a monk who refuses to use waypoints. You! Tell me everything. You struggle to find someone who is not. Not a day my childhood has passed without my grandmother telling me that fairy tale. These days, hearing the opening line of it puts me to sleep in an instant. All children that dare swim out in the deep blue sea are sure to become the sea serpent's tea. Oh, I nearly fell asleep right there! I imagine that is all anyone my age will be able to tell you. Try asking the elderly woman over there. Okay. I know, right? Innocent corpse. Like, you know what? Here, can we just... Here's Seryu. Who's Seryu? A dragon. Oh! Well, I mean, not a dragon. They've been around for a few centuries. So, there's no me. Fairy tale. Head on to the Coral Banquet if you don't believe me. You shall find a horror behind your wildest nightmares. Its nose misses nothing, especially not the blood of men. There's a tale of wounded pirates falling overboard and being swallowed alive before they could plant a hand on the ship they fell from. Okay. Sure thing, lady. Does it seem like the serpent could be found him? I mean, if she likes eating people and is underwater. Well, it's true we dragons do hunt our prey scent. I've not known our kind to swallow men whole. The idea strikes me as awfully barbaric. Well, I doubt this will lead us to fawn him. My curiosity has been piqued, and I cannot leave this mystery unsolved. It's also a brilliant excuse to engage in a bit of hunting. We cannot hope to draw out the beast without bait. Okay, we need to talk about your hunting hobby. Me and my friends, we all gathered here because we're worried about you. We know that this is how you unwind after a long day at work. That would be really funny. That's a good idea, Scion, and you're right. We totally should do that. And I'll have to dodge around the one spoiler I am aware of. Let's see, an ice cream flavor I refuse to touch. Anything licorice flavored? Let's see. Other than that, anything with nuts in it? Anything with coconut in it? Anything with raisins in it? Basically, a lot of ice cream that has stuff in it is a no for me. Well, I never mentioned you were this slow! I've already hunted a beast that will lure them all lure out the serpent long before you. I shall go ahead and hurl the bloody meat into the sea. Okay, fling. Well, there's the Serpent of the Ruby Sea. Oh, I guess we'll kill the local legend here. Hi. Listen. I hate to be a bother, really. I need to kill you. If that's okay with you. Well, kill the local legend. I don't know about you, I was expecting something that was bigger than what I was expecting. We have failed to find Faunum, but in her place we have gained a delicious supper. Now let's prepare dinner. You know, I'm actually... There's something amusing about the fact that we just so casually kill the local legend as part of a normal quest. Like, not even a dungeon or a raid, just... Oh, okay, yeah, sure. There you go. What? Should we tell someone that we... Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Also amuses me how empty Kugane is compared to the other cities. Even Ishgard tends to be more busy than this one. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's hysterical, Tara. Oh, Lord, good to see you returned at last. I must confess, I was unable to resist the meat's seductive call, and before I knew it, I devoured the vast majority of our spoils. Please help yourself to whatever's left. I stored the leftovers in the crate I was sent here in. Pay no attention to anything that may resemble teeth marks. Those are indentations created by the ice. Oh, anyone could see through that lie. I'm sorry, Laura. I do hope my greed has not upset you too much. I mean, you could have left me a good morsel. Just one. Just one. Calm yourself, Laura. Many would count themselves lucky to even have a chance to nibble on the meat of such a majestic beast. Regardless, meat is far from our primary concern at the moment. I'm beginning to wonder if the day we find fauna will ever come. But I must not lose heart so easily. There are still plenty of legends to look into. Hope is not lost. Come back in a few levels. Hello. I can get used to life in the Far East. Unlike in Ishgard, Hingans harbor no ill feelings towards Dravanians. You should really hear some of the things Karaku says. He keeps remarking that he wants me to stay here for eternity when he introduces me to new people. It seems like he strongly believes dragons bring good luck. But what is that expression I see on your face? Could it be jealousy? Oh, Lord. Don't worry yourself. You'll be just as popular here one day. More importantly, one of the new friends I've made through Karaku mentioned he knew something that might prove relevant. Why don't you come accompany me? I actually like this dragon, too. Which is good, because so far the gameplay of this quest sucketh. But I'm actually enjoying his little antics. You know, it just occurred to me. Dravanians and Hutts are weirdly similar. Now see, the trick is to not explain a sentence like that. Just let the audience kind of stew on that for a minute. Give me a moment. I shall call him now. It is I, Ornkai. Oh, for God's sakes. It's the same one, too. It's Kyoto. Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours for the wait. Yes, yes. Lord! Don't worry, no more betrayals. Sworn in all the kami and creation I have. Yes, yes. Lord, have you already made Kyoto's acquaintance? Twice! Yes. Come to hear about dragon legends. Yes, yes. There's a place that comes to mind. The Azim Steppe. Yes, I know how to get there. Dark as night, you say. No more information do I have. Go to Marketplace. You will find answers you seek there. This could be the one, Lore. The Horde was home to many a dark-scaled dragon, after all. Let's hurry to reunion. Okay. I wonder, considering how crystal travel works in lore, could you, like, force someone to go with you on a thing like that? Like, could you kidnap someone? Or help someone else go through a crystal? Hutts, for those of you unfamiliar with the EU's extended lore, are apex predators. They are very strong, very powerful, extraordinarily durable, and effectively ageless. In fact, the only reason we don't know the lifespan of Hutts is because they usually kill each other before they actually die of old age. This already probably sounds familiar, but Hutts also choose genders, but also reproduce asexually. Now, culturally, they're completely different. But from a biological perspective, it's actually weird, some of the similarities there. Yeah, exactly, Blade Turval. Well, as these energetic children have come to me, it seems only natural I try questioning them first. Perhaps your time would be spent asking the more mature Aura. Well, there's no ether involved, because... Really? Ah, for Christ's sake, whatever. Wait, nope, nope. That's not that, lore. Pay attention, pay attention. Right. Why would I ask a quester of anything? They can't talk. Oh God. There's a great legend about a terrifying dragon, which has caused many issues on the steppes. That's true, Omega Legion. And yeah, frankly, I've always believed that group teleporting... So, remember, in lore, I forget where they mentioned this, but in lore, the price we pay is what we pay when we arrive. Like, obviously, for gameplay purposes, you just pay and then you go. But in lore, what's supposed to happen is we arrive at a particular ether crystal, and then there's like a line. And there's a toll gate person there, and they're like, up. And so... And this is part of the lore, not just because it's a way to explain the gameplay mechanic, but also because it's how people fund things. It's like an additional tax in order to take care of a community. So Reunion here, for example, would be bolstered by the money that comes in via the people who use their ether crystal. Now, in some cases, this doesn't quite line up, because there's some ether crystals where it's like, oh, really? But for the most part, this was the original explanation, and is why, you warp into Ul'dah, you pay Ul'dah a fee for having warped in. You get the idea. It's kind of Terra-fee. Really? Yeah, I remember that too, Omega Legion. And I'm like, no! These children are not playing nice. I don't suppose you fared any better. Kind of. The Northwest! Yeah, I think they've moved on enough that I can unmute myself. They always get right under this window. Every single time. And then I thought they moved away, and then they came back, and it's like, oh my god. Whatever. Let's do it. We can't do easy mode. We've never done this quest. So let's see if this quest is going to be less of a negative. What's that wonderful, delicious, incredible, amazing smell? Must eat an owl raw. Man, at this point, Dakota, I wouldn't even be surprised to learn about the locals refer to this war as the Black Dragon. You also on the hunt for the dragon? Hunt? Perish the thought, we have come to speak with it. Now I've heard everything. Speak, you say? You may be calm and willing to talk, but I assure you that black-scaled monster is not in the mood. It has thrashed 8 of our finest warriors. We are disgraced, but I must inform the Khan of the battle's outcome. Get out of here, then. Well, he certainly was not interested in staying any longer. Come along. I think we may have finally found her this time. Man, I would too, Omega Legion. Let's watch all those Magni. Or, all those Magni? Wow, lore. All of those pieces of Magni. Be flung all over the place. Oh, hello. Yeah, it looks like a dragon. Hi, dragon. Don't kill me, please. Okay, what the crap? Beelined the kid, did you see that? What the hell, lady? Oh, looks like I have the first part of the loop now. Yeah, it didn't even hesitate, just dragon, die! Yeah, I have the first part of the loop at 70. So this is the dragoon at 70. It's completely unchanged. Any questions? Actually, that's not true. So we have a slight elongation because we've got that attack. And we can loop the one attack into the other. And I think that's actually it. I don't want to change this for Dragoon. Like, we're kind of... Dragoon's kind of come into its own already. Thank you, Cat Horse, for 2 years. I'll put that 2-year versary sub towards Restbreaker. Thank you. And welcome to the 2-year club. Moment here. Yeah, meanwhile, Dark Knight's like... Riftbreaker. I assume it's on the list. Fauna, I beg of you, listen to me. Roar! She's mad with fury. My voice does not reach her. This clash will only end if one of you perishes, and we all know who that's going to be. And yeah, we don't actually want to kill her. I've killed enough gods today. Let's let this one live. I've got it. I'm going to impale... I'm going to stick her to the ground by her wing with my spear. Shunk! Alright, stay here. We'll have a chat. We've come so far, overcome so many obstacles, yet when we finally meet her, we can't even speak with her. My apologies. Pray return to reunion without me. I need some time to take this in. Maybe a spot of hunting to clear my mind. This kid, I swear. I mean, we're gonna go beat up a Firebird, and hopefully not too long from now. I'm somewhat calmer, thank you for asking. The key to all of this is discovering the source of her rage. So, come back at a few levels. So we're gonna get Life of the Dragon, which allows... oh, right, that's Destrand is what that is. Cool. And level 70 gear, which I have no idea what that looks like. Pray forgive me, I have not made any progress. It's truly pathetic. I've been alive far, far longer than you, and yet I have nothing to show for it. Surely do not think me younger than you. You are, for all intents and purposes, younger than me, yes. I may be small, but we Dravanians live far longer than any man. Wait, we do live in a long time. I think I've got it! We live for eons! I've heard tales from Gulen Bursti of dragons going into seclusion for centuries while carrying grief in their hearts. Ultimately, they are unable to bear the strain, and it breaks something fundamental. Many a year need to pass before I come of age to choose a consort. But I believe they help in saving one from the abyss of isolation. This is why your kind elects to marry, is it not? I love these 3 options. In case you can't read that, it's we marry for love, we marry to save our race from extinction, or I have no idea why no one marries. I'll be nice. We don't have, you know, legally binding stuff. Love, that sounds fairly similar to our reason for choosing a consort. Regardless, I'm certain Fawnum's fear was caused by profound loneliness she's endured over the past millennium. Yeah, by the way, this is actually something to think about for a minute. So, dragons live really long times and have messed up forms of memory and get really, really lonely. Okay, all of that's horrible in its own right. Think about how many years Midgardsormr was traveling between the stars in order to come here. I see you two survived your talk with the dragon. Was it as fruitful a discussion as you hoped? Not that it matters. A group of Kestiri have pooled their resources and hired a hunter quite handy with a lance. I have my doubts he's capable of slaying the worm, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch him try. Yeah, exactly, USN Corp. It's just like, oh my god! Just traveling, traveling, traveling. And yeah, Midgardsormr quite literally handled the journey better than Omega did, which is a robot with VI level intellect, especially at that point, historically. Like, Omega maybe someday eventually became an actual AI. That's debatable, but there's no debating that Omega was definitely, you know, just a VI at the beginning. And yeah, so no, it's not just traveling. It's not like he could just pick a direction and go. He had to keep pushing himself forwards with a bunch of eggs for company. Now, that being said, if physics works anywhere near close to how it works in real life, random thought, what he might have been able to do is just push himself to full tilt, and then, yeah, and then go to sleep, and then just hibernate as he picked a direction, which is terrifyingly dangerous if you think about it. Imagine waking up, sun. Or star, but you know what I mean. God. Hey, another dungeon. And by dungeon, I mean solo thing. He ends up waking up. What planet am I on? Yeah, remember, Omega mentioned actually taking damage when it hit an asteroid belt, so... Where is she? We must find her before that hunter does. 'Tis good to see you again, Warrior Light. Oh, hey, Estinian. So that armor is the 70 armor. It would seem we two Azure Dragoons share one target, though I suppose neither of us still holds that mantle. Old habits don't die easily. The Azure Dragoon of Ishgard. Who exactly is your diminutive friend, Lore? Explain. Journey to the Far East in search of an ancient worm's consort. Quite a tale. At the end of my own journey, I chose to continue my travels and seek, and eventually found myself in the Far East. 'Twas here the word of the dragon you seek reached mine ears. It had been my intention to act as an intermediary between man and dragon, assuming the beast could be reasoned with. If not, I was prepared to brandish my lance. Regardless, I would wager the young one has the right of it. What is more, she is doubtless still suffering from the effects of Needhog's hateful dirge that summoned the Horde. The Dreadworm's hold over his brood was absolute. His unquenchable thirst for vengeance spread over the Horde, leaving none untouched. To think one of them was able to resist the call to decimate Ishgard. She'd come no surprise she would succumb to madness. The worm spent a millennium in solitude resisting Needhog's demands for vengeance. I can think of but one way she may be saved. We weaken her enough that she is willing to listen to reason. We've already tried that approach. It didn't work last time, and I very much doubt repeating it will change anything. I do not advocate the same approach. I would have you do more than simply talk to her. You shall use your roar! That is the only way you can hope to let her know the war is ended, that her consort awaits her in the skies above. My roar? Aye. You have 2 dragoons that bested Needhog at your side. There is naught to fear. All you need to do is harness your roar to clear the haze that clouds the worm's eyes. I'll do my best. Should we fail again, I fear we may not be blessed with another chance. Pray lend me your strength, as your dragoons. /nod. Let us depart. I will admit that's probably one of the better dragoon suits, in my opinion. The 71. I don't care for the 81, and I actually dislike the 51. Haven't seen the 91, as usual. I would say it's nice to see Estinian just kind of being like, yeah, alright, let's make this work. It makes a degree of sense, though. As weird as this may sound, I think Estinian is actually pretty anti-revenge at this point. In general. Given everything he went through. If you want to, go ahead, Omega Legion. At some point. Maybe when we have more people on, so we can be like, aha. Yeah, exactly, Astamine. This whole time, by the way, the kids over there are like, hey, we mean you no harm. We mean you no harm. Stab, stab, stab. At a certain point, you know, like, I like sushi, but after the 15th piece of sushi, it's like, you know, I think I'm good. I think I got this. I'm gonna actually die here. Yep. Wow. Oh, well, hang on really quick. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a lot less over-designed than I was expecting, which is my main problem with a lot of Dragoon armor and, frankly, a lot of FF armor in general. I like it. It's not what quite Kane's outfit, but, you know. Okay, so, hey, I can turn it down to easy. Sure, whatever. God. I know we joke about this a lot, but imagine if this game did not have skippable cutscenes. Just picture that for a second. Oh, dude, I would love the Holy Dragoon outfit in this game. I'd probably actually wear it over this suit. I love this suit. Rotation there. If you ever wondered the difference between normal and easy mode, well, here's a really good example side by side. And I'm already past the HP I had made it to last time, for perspective. Sorry, with me! Now, little one, roar with all your being. Why? Why must we go to war? I have no ill will, no desire to fight. Only silence. A deafening silence. It's no use. I cannot reach her. Do not be so quick to abandon hope, my son. I am come for thee, dearest Faunum. But off near. This is a dragon roar. Wings of white have long filled my dreams. Vidofnir, my love. Dude, party limit breaks actually sound kind of like a cool idea. Like, I'd have to think about how to implement that without debalancing everything, but that, like, combo skills, Chrono Trigger, you know? Let's do it. We kind of already did that in FF11, it's just, it was terrible. Noble dragons, Ornkai, I give you my thanks. Were it not for your succor, I would not have been reunited with my beloved. Allow me to thank you as well. I thought Vidofnir lost to me. Mere words will scarce be enough to convey my appreciation. That's a good question, as to me. Cute. God, they're so adorable. When the conflict began 1,000 years past, Nidhogg demanded we exact vengeance upon man. However, I refused to allow his hatred to take root within me. I could not bring myself to forget the days when I soared the azure skies with Vidofnir, night on back. A dragon cannot simply shut her ears to her sire's call. To do so would cause her great torment. Thus I bid Faunum flee to the east, that she might live in peace, till the final strains of the dragon song war did fade to an end. Duty-bound to protect Zenith, I remained behind in Dravania. But ever did I regret not following my heart and my beloved. It was after she left for the eastern lands that thou didst come into the world, my son. Now I see why I was given the name One Born of Sadness. Alas, I fear I'll never be your match, father. Thought I barely even noticed my roar. Belittle not your efforts. I should not have known to come here were it not for thy roar. It reached mine ears strong and clear as I soared the skies above. I suppose you're quite keen to talk with Faunum. It's been some time since you last met. Yeah, there's a lot of dragon sex that's about to happen. Let's make haste. I'm not used to seeing father so enamored, is actually what he just said. Ah! It's Lilith again. You know, the demon thing. I give you my sincere thanks. I find myself especially indebted to you, Lore. Our adventures investigating these legends live long in my memory. And you, Azure Dragoon, your strength exceeds the tales I've heard. Ah, your words are appreciated, but the appellation is unnecessary. I have long since left that life behind. My past experiences with Nidhogg have made me eager to see Faunum saved. When the Dreadworm took me as his vessel, I felt the mad heart's palpitations as mine own. There was no end to the sadness and distress that flowed from his soul. However, it was this ordeal that allowed me to harness the dragon from within, retaining sense of self. Oh yeah, and me beating the crap out of you. You ought to be capable of the same by now, Laura. It shall doubtless serve you well in battles to come. If you're done with the old title, I have a new one, the Crimson Dragoon. Much more befitting you now that the two of you fight alongside dragons, harnessing their strength as your own. I can sense myself warming up to this name. Best of luck to you, Orin Kai. I expect you to be strong as your father next time our paths cross. Warrior of Light, I look forward to the day when we're able to fight side by side again. Which will be a long time from now, maybe. He shall have nothing to worry about. I'll become just as capable as father, so I may someday soar the skies with a dragoon like you on my back. Thanks for everything. Peace. So yeah, I'm leaning towards a story positive for that whole arc. And a gameplay negative. Oh yeah, there's technically a follow-through quest that we could do now, I guess, but it's actually Shadowbringer, so we'll wait until Shadowbringer. Hey, I've unlocked the Dragoon gauge. What the hell is this nonsense? Okay. Listen, Omega Legion. Shut up. All I'm saying is, whoa! Alright, now. So that was Dragoon. That off the list. Let's do Scholar next, shall we? I need to repair really badly. Let me spend a few thousand gil just getting there. Hey, Bragwin. So let's see, that puts us up to 4 people, I think. Oh yeah, Black Rose. Well, it's okay. Hang on. Let me repair first. Do this. We'll go ahead and do that. That's a good idea. We'll do that. I mean, they do because they used to. It's one of the original forms of money sinks. But it's an extremely outdated form of money sink at this point. It's not even a relevant percentile in any of the 3 major MMOs that use it that I'm aware of. I don't know what this song is, and I'm just going to talk over it just in case. Just talking, don't mind me, while I repair everything. There we go. You know, I wish the repair all button actually repaired all. But... yeah, STO does it alright. So for those of you not aware, the way STO does it is you actually have no durability per se, but every time you die or take, I think it's a certain amount of damage, when you're on one of the 2 higher difficulties, there's 3 difficulties total, you incur a penalty to your ship. Your hull is broken, your engines are broken, etc. And it comes with it a debuff. It lowers your stats. Pretty simple. And then you use an item, a repair item, in order to get rid of it. I actually still have repair stuff on me to this day, from back when I used to run elites all the time. Okay. We will become a... oh yeah, I should probably mention that debuff, that's just there. That doesn't go away until you repair it. Hi, Bragwin. Oh god, it's the terrifying one. Alright, so I need to go to... here, I think. Yes, right here. What is that pet you have, Bragwin? Oh, it's Kefka! Alright, so... this is in the middle of this quest chain. So, it's whatever. But all you need to know right now is we're running around trying to deal with some of the cleanup of the Garleans after the patch content we haven't done before, or done yet. That's all you really need to know right now. We've been helping this lovely little lady out with her weird glasses. So, we brought in a Garlean who has been injured, and we are now going to investigate to figure out what the hell was going on here, because there's some weird movements in the area. We're going to wait for no reason. Maybe Omega Legion? I mean, I could check that. But I actually can't check that right now. But I could check that. He seems fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'll remind you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now, start talking. What were you doing at Bittermill? We were looking for someone, an escapee from one of our facilities. He'd lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far. I believe your man you're speaking of is already in our custody. Yeah, by the way, we met a crazy person earlier. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured them, though we cannot recall where. So we returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it. Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything, I'll do everything in my power to make sure your life is spared, okay? Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken if you believe I owe the Garleans any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners was relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Garleans' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing anyone and everyone it came into contact with. Black Rose. It's horrible. Yeah. Their intention was to drive back Eorzean forces without wasting any of their own on the front line. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers, and what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people. Not a single prisoner survived, their test a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. But to their surprise, the project was shut down before Black Rose could be used. The order come from the legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion, interim leader of the Alamegan province, Gaius von Baelsar. The Black Wolf would not allow the senseless murder of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose, and that man needs to go to hell. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd already hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather could not, tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad, couldn't remember a thing. I only assume one of his experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process. So the man we found earlier. Yep, that's him. Gulamai, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. Inventor of Black Rose. We'll learn more about Black Rose later, but let's just say it's more messed up than just plain old chemical warfare. But to be blunt, I'm with you, Omega Legion. Chemical weapons are just the worst. I'm pretty anti-nuke, but honestly, I'd rather get hit by a nuke than have some of this crap sprayed on me, or near me, or linger in a trench near me, or whatever. I can't believe that incoherent mess of a man was a scientist in service to the Garleans. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. What do you think? Part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill was used for experiments, there'd be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there'd have to be some lingering trace of their work. And if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it. We have to go back to Bittermill. What? But okay. I mean, I'd rather not do bioweapons either, Zagtaft, if we can avoid that. We could just avoid deliberately making zombies that we have no control over. That'd be cool. Could we just do that for 5 minutes? God! Yeah, that's the other wonderful thing about chemical weapons, but let's not get into that. That's just... Yeah, I could buy that, Scion. I mean, way back in the day, what would you do? You'd toss some dead animals into the opponent's water supply, or over their walls, or whatever. But listen, Zagtaft, if you want to have nightmarish abominations under your command, that's your prerogative. It does make you a villain, though. I want you to be aware of that. I always knew, Zagtaft! Alright, let's split up. Don't know what I'm looking for. Found what I'm looking for. Now, if only we could stitch people together. Oh yeah, by the way, Xenos didn't deploy Black Rose either, even though he totally could have. Now, it makes sense for Xenos not to. That's just kind of whatever to him. Like, not only would that not satisfy him, but it wouldn't leave him people who would get angry, who would then fight him, and cultivation hunt, etc. Xenos doesn't have standards, he just wants a fight. So, yeah, it's kind of contrary to his priorities, I think is the way I want to phrase that. It is just interesting in its own right. Because both Gaius and Xenos both didn't want to deploy Black Rose. By the way, I don't really feel like this is a spoiler. Varys is okay with deploying Black Rose. Because there's a reason I keep calling Varys Tarkin, you know? I don't know what else to add to that. No time to be sentimental nor hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container could prove disastrous. Let's go talk to the Marshal. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, no, that sounds absolutely terrible to me, Zagtaft. But then again, one of those lines for me is mind control. I really do not like mind control. I'm not a big fan of slavery. Like, if you follow me, if I give you an order, I want you to follow it because you trust me enough to give you the right order at the right time for the right reason. I don't want you to follow an order I give you because I am mind controlling you. God. Lieutenant Molka reporting, sir. We discovered the identity. Here's his identity. Here's the thing. We need assistance. Checking in. Container we believe containing a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately. I mean, anyone who watched the Primus campaign, you'll note how messed up I bothered to emphasize repeatedly what the Scions did. Exactly, Zach Taft. Mind control. I believe we should allow the risk of such... That's actually worse than normal mind control, to be blunt, Zach Taft, because that's... You're a prisoner in your own mind control. So anyways, we need to move this thing out of here, dispose of it. His punishment will be quite severe. Memories or no, his crimes cannot be excused. Yeah, no kidding. The person who invented Black Rose probably should just be straight up executed. Just done. By the way, they start calling me Griffin's Bane around here, too. Can't imagine why. And actually, I think that's it. Yep, okay. I figured it was just a short little jaunt. Yeah, exactly, Reggie. The Borg, anybody? Why do I have a tombstone of scripture? I mean, Wesker was always a villain. That doesn't make him more or less of a villain. He's just... He continues to villainize. Alright. Alright, the seasonal thing's up. It is Darth Tyrant. Oh, I agree with that, Lord Harriman. I mean, we had a huge discussion about that during the Mass Effect lore run, and we will doubtless discuss it again when it comes to the Mass Effect review. But yeah, no, rewriting the Heretic Geth really isn't mind control. And from an older and more learned perspective, I actually think that it's much more the correct choice than the other one. It's still not exactly a great choice, but, you know, what can you do? Where the hell is there to Scholar? I mean, all we did was fix a math equation. I mean, in all sincerity, what that ties into is, and I forget what this is called medically, but it's when someone is not in the right of mind to ask for medical help, and so someone else has to make the decision for them. Because that's what that is, really. Those Geth were not of the state of mind to be cognizant of the fact that they were mentally ill, and therefore someone else needed to make the decision for them. And in the moment, the decision was kill them all, or give them a firmware update. There you go. So, Scholar. Lord, that you should arrive this very instant. It's as though the gods themselves have sent you. Gods. Not a quarter bell ago, I received a missive from Cerrito Carrito. An emergency has risen at the Waters Palace. Oh no, let's go! I mean, that's how he knew she was competent, Zacta. Anybody wants competent minions, right? That's actually not true. There are plenty of villains who actually prefer incompetent minions because they're either stupid or that's not their objective. What's more important, running a good, functional, structured empire, or staying on top of it? This will be completely new to me as well, just like the Dragoon stuff was. I mean, most of this stuff at this point is actually new to me, even if it's New Game Plus, or, yeah, even if it's New Game Plus, because of the bot classes. So what's going on? Alcazolcazor, thank you for responding so swiftly to my summons. Forgive my brusqueness. I believe it best we cut straight to the business. I presume you remember the invisible void scent we defeated not too long ago. Good morning, Eitri. Scarce forget such a vile creature. Well, you'll be pleased to hear I have finished studying its remains, and I believe a cure is in our grasp. But maybe cure is an exaggeration. What I speak of will only halt the spread of the sickness, not reverse all the effects. You're too modest a man. Truly, what you speak of is incredible. A miracle, even. Alas, it is not to be praised for the progress I've made that I asked you today. You see, Satoto, one of my comrades who's been assisting me has mysteriously vanished. I am terribly worried. While the rancor has subsided from most of our hearts, we still retain our Tonbury forms. Were we to wander too far from our home, any number of organizations would be more than happy to have us hunted down. So, please go find him. You got it. Lore, I have an idea where to go. Let's go! Bounty? Let's hope it's not come to that. In case you missed that, we're going to specifically check the marks. You know, the hunts. To see if anybody's placed a bill for going after a Tonberry. It's actually a pretty smart thing to do. I'd say congrats, Eitri, but really, you know what I mean. I do hope you make it through with relatively little issue. Where am I going? There. Yeah, at this point in my life, I've had 3 separate people who I know of personally who have gotten, what the heck is that armor? Gotten through COVID. And all 3 of them have had completely different experiences with it. And different durations, too. It's apparently warrior armor to some extent or another. Oh, is it piecemeal? Yeah, I can kind of see it now that you're saying it. Eden armor is legit. I kind of wish I could get a full Eden suit someday, but that's probably going to have to wait for a few more expansions when I can go and smash it in the ground with, you know, unsynced. We're looking to save slay a Tonberry. A Tonberry, huh? Well, we currently only have 1 Tonberry marked for the hunt by the name of Marberry. Marberry? He was marked for hunt even before Satoda disappeared. It seems we must search elsewhere. Lore of the Scions, Alka. I wasn't aware the 2 of you knew each other. Oh, hey, what's up? Rashad, good to see you again. I think I may have forgotten to say so the other day, but I greatly appreciated your help with the training. You know me, I'm always happy to help. I suppose you came all this way to thank me. What brings the 2 of you here? See, I don't have time for that, Fife. And even if I did, well, I'm not willing to. As horrible as that sounds. Like, you know me, my tolerance for grind is so much less than it was when I was younger. So grinding a dungeon or a raid over and over with pugs for a chance to maybe get 1 piece of what I need to get a piece of an armor is not something that I feel is a worthwhile use of my time. Witness, say, a small green blur leapt between the crates and dashed out of sight as soon as the ship pulled into port. Well, of similar size and build to a Lalafell or Kakirn, they claim to look far too alien to be either. Oh my god, thank you. You just gave us our first lead. I actually should look up the Eden gear. I haven't seen it in a while. Eden Gate. That's the one, right? Vesper Bay. Of course we have to go to the Waking Sands. Why wouldn't we? We're never getting away from the Waking Sands. That's just our lives now. Here we go. Eden gear. What do we got? What do we got? Give me the picture. Give me the picture. What's such a small picture? Okay, what do we got? I kind of like the melee suit. I could see that for my Reaper. I don't know which one I'm looking at here. I'll link you the picture. I don't know which one this one is. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, go ahead, Bragwin. We're still missing, I think, 2 people right now. Also, eggs and toast sounds really good right now. I've got some of that wonderful Publix bread on me, so the stuff they make, they call it mountain bread or something like that. It's really good. Okay, that's Gate. Got it. So anyways, ask about the stowaway. Yeah. That wasn't just any stowaway. I suspect it was one of them fellas, a gob without his mask. Either way, that or a rare beastie. Not that it matters. Whatever it was the brass blades are after it, they'll surely catch it. Thank you for all your help, sir. An organization that large has yet to find the stowaway. We've little chance of succeeding ourselves. Rather than blindly rushing about, our time would be better spent gathering what information we can. Okay. Let's see, what's this one? This one is apparently Eden's Promise, which I don't like nearly as well. It looks a lot like her gear. Gaia's are. It looks like every suit is just modeled after Gaia, which I suppose makes a degree of sense, but, you know. And here's Eden's Grace, I think? Yeah. I can't find it. Why don't we have Wowhead? God damn it. Whatever. This is why most of my transmobs are actually admittedly very simple in this game. It's because, finding cool stuff and then mixing and matching it is just such a colossal pain to do. Okay, Eden's Grace is Diable Eden Gate. Okay. Tracks. I do kind of like whatever this suit is. So. Good. Yes. I can't even link it properly. Here, whatever the suit is at the bottom here. Looks pretty nice, whichever one that is. So, we do not have good news. Across the sea and is likely in Phanolin. Could have possibly spurred our friend to do such a thing. Forgive my tardiness. I made a small detour to Ul'dah to speak with my associates. Unfortunately, they could tell me nothing aside from the fact that the brass blades are looking into who the stowaway might be. I've nevertheless asked they keep an ear to the ground and report to me should they learn more. Thank you. If, as you suspect, our friend has fled to the vast continent of Aldernar, there's little sense in conducting more searches. Judging by their inability to find their quarry, we should have no need to worry about the hunt or any other institution capturing Satota for now. Our best option is to wait until you've leveled up some more. Scroll to the bottom, Reggie, and then click Images. And then look at the image that's there, because I could not link the image directly. Because we don't have Wowhead. So make it do what I got. You know, that's a good question, Dream Whisperer. The lantern makes sense, but why do you still have the knife? Is that just, you know, that's whatever, I don't care. What brings you this way? Oh, the last missive failed to reach you. He's uncovered information. Quick, to Limsa Lamensa. Oh, okay. To cut up dinner, Tonbury style. They just poke, like they're just a bunch of ingredients, and they just go doink, and it's just a meal, just like that. Which actually, that would be an extraordinarily useful superpower. Form of a 3-course dinner. I keep seeing people with wings lately. What's with all the wings? Oh. What is this, Guild Wars? Welcome, my friend. My contacts have recently caught wind of a rumor that the brass blades are on the move. They have spotted a creature matching the description of the Vesper Bray stowaway. It's in the Black Shroud. We must go to Camp Tranquil. Okay. This is just all over the place, isn't it? Come on. How do you know Odin's up? Oh, right, because it's the weather. I was about to say, what? Oh, yeah. So I'm guessing that's just Eden's Grace. The armor I just linked. So which one's Eden's Grace? Where is that in Eden? What is required to procure that armor? So we already know the only way to reach the Black Shroud from Thanol is to pass through this area, which means the brass blades are going through here. There's a tomber. Let's split up and go find sign of the Topper. Fate joined. Fate left. I do kind of like Eden's Grace. I'd probably use that as a Dark Knight because I'm stupid. No, I take it back. I mean, yeah, it's very Holy Knight, and I do like the aesthetics of it. So what's this one? Skaven. What's the Skaven suit? Let's see. How do you acquire this? It's a 70 suit. Oh, yeah, I know which one that is. I know which one that is. I actually still currently have one Skaven suit on me for my Blue Mage. Oh my god, Poachers! Yes, Skaven is Tombstone. You're right, you're right. What's this one then? That's Ronkin. Where do we get Ronkin gear? No! Looks like we struck gold! If we skin it and sell it, we're guaranteed a fortune. Don't go celebrate just yet. We gotta kill it first. The hide's so thick it broke my knife. We will do anything to save them. Anything. Do I have to do this as a scholar? Yeah, I think I like that. The helmet especially. It'll be fine, Scion. A little warpstone's healthy for you. I mean, has anything bad ever happened to... Whoa, there we go. Ever happened to this Skaven for wearing it? Just gonna match this a couple times. Alright, they're all dead. You alright there, buddy? Is this where it all ends? Cast, and loan, that one. They're right, father. Oh, sorry. Thank you, sir. You saved my life. That spell. You wield Nemean magic. Are you perchance Lore? Oh, he speaks. My father speaks often of you. Yes, even the Black Mage has a donk, or a doink. After my search, I turned up nothing. I returned to Camp Tranquil, and when it didn't appear, I began to grow worried, and then I came looking for you. Good thing I did. Bloody poachers. So I'm guessing the dyed version, the Dia-Bull, version is the savage thing, same as Alexander. Oh, how rude of me. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Hello, said Toto. I am Alka Zolka, Royal Marine, and Marauder. My friend Laura and I have been looking for you. My lady, if I may be so bold, your radiance is blinding. Isn't she beautiful? It's obvious, isn't it? Her glowing skin, her comely face. She's clearly a lovely young woman. Now, what prompted you to leave Bronze Lake so abruptly? As you are likely already aware, Sarita Correa saved us. While on the outside we remain as tomboys, he's purged our hearts of the rancor. That's why I left. There's something I must take care of now that my mind is my own again. You realize you didn't actually answer our question, right? Over 1,500 years ago, when the Nim was at its peak, my father was a scholar and a Royal Marine. He was dispatched upon a secret and incredibly dangerous mission to infiltrate Amdapor. The day he left was the last time I saw him. I suspect the reason he never returned was because he was discovered and apprehended by the Amdapori. So you came here to the place the ancient nation once stood. You do realize that whether he survived or not, your father... I know. I have under no illusions he might be alive. Even if he has somehow escaped Amdapor, unlike those of us sealed away in the tower, the passage of time would have robbed him of his life. I'm only looking for something that reminds me of him. A keepsake, if you will. Sounds as though you loved your father a great deal. Yeah, weird how common that is. Very well, if it means that much to you, we, the Royal Marines, shall volunteer to aid you in your search. Right, Lore? Yeah. I gotcha. The two of you would do that for me? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's return to Camp Tranquil. Here we can discuss how to proceed. Yeah, I don't remember the date we started, so I don't actually remember how many days it's been. I've been keeping track of the hours quite thoroughly. By which I mean minutes, actually, because it's easier to calculate that way. So far, we are 7,637 minutes plus 4,274 minutes, so whatever that is. 1,100, I think. Yeah, but Tzinch is just the worst, Scion. Well, that's not true. Nurgle is the worst, but Tzinch is the second worst. Before we begin, we must go to Bronze Lake. Satoto, you must promise you will never do anything so reckless to wander a foreign land alone. The realm is a dangerous place, doubly so with someone with your affliction. Very well. Good. That's all I ask. Please stop flirting with the Tomberry. For so long I've been treated like a hideous beast, I forgot what it was like to be thought of as a girl. He reminded me of that. No, Omega Legion. Slanesh. I notice my skin once again has a healthy shade of green. Lore, now that Satoto has recovered, our search can begin. Ere we depart, let us quickly review what we know. Corn is the least bad. That's just how that is. I would not support any of them if I could avoid it. Corn is the least bad. So, Satoto's father was a... This is a recap. Recap. So, that means our chances of finding anything belonging to him will be the highest in Amdapor Keep. Corn is also very straightforward. Go contest things. Okay. Well, there's also the Maw, if that even counts, Scion of the Emperor. The Maw is pretty simple, too. Okay, that helmet looks terrible. Ugh. I spit upon it. Patootie. Oh, that's because it's maiming. That's why. I was going to say, that doesn't look anything like the picture I was looking at. That would be why. I'm pretty sure I was looking at fending. Oh, hey, a solo instance. I unironically love that song, by the way. The Ogre trailer song. I've listened to it several times. I thought about downloading it. They scream and they run, but that's half of the fun. The sound of the Tomberry. It's footsteps. Listen to it. Yep, that looks like the one I was looking at, Lilith, or Omega Legion. Whoever you are, look, all y'all names. When I first made this character, people were making fun of me for making a character named Lore Runner. But see, I think about this kind of stuff. It's easy to keep track of who I am across 3 or 4 separate platforms, because they're all named Lore Runner. Well, you see, Cubic. But I mean, I can forgive that. I mean, honestly, if my name was XXX Lorunaire EX94, you could still tell it's me. I have to do a find replace in my mind every time I look at the chat and try to figure out who that person is. And I don't always succeed at it. I'm a dumb person. Now, one piece of armor that I'm probably never getting, and by one piece I mean one suit of armor, is any of the FF12 armor. Because I'm pretty sure that requires doing the Delibrum. Which, I can't even do that place to get my freaking relic. Never mind, you know, being able to get to farm the damn place. Eureka. Yeah, I'm never getting anything in Eureka. I've just come to peace with that. You know what? This is a good time. It scales, but speaking from experience, you still need to grow. The largest minimum? I'm not sure how to say that. We couldn't do it with 4 people, let's put it that way. And I've also tried it with 3, and I think like 15 or something like that. But anyways, point being, you still need a group. It is, to put this as simply as I possibly can, not scaled properly. But speaking of which, I actually have a rant prepared for today. You like ranting, right? So, one of the things I've been doing lately is talking up other MMOs. One of those is, of course, Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 is neat and all. It's cool. But the problem is, because I in general tend to emphasize the positives of things, I fear I have not gotten across some of the negatives of things. And one of the negatives of Guild Wars 2 is the grind. Now, here's the thing. You're probably thinking, what grind? Like, it's one of the easiest, smoothest games to level in. Yeah, and if all you care about is being max level, then you're good to go. If you want a mount, or if you want a piece of armor, sucks to be you. So let me explain how gear is handled in Guild Wars 2 very briefly. So there's the Diablo 2 system, right? There's grays, there's blues, and I don't even remember all the other colors because it doesn't freaking matter. The first color you care about, the first color that's actually relevant is yellow. Yellow gear is okay. It is easy to get yellow gear. It is cheap to get yellow gear. You should have a full yellow suit long before you hit max level. Then there's orange gear. Orange gear is probably as good as you're going to get. Orange gear drops out of a lot of things, and there are tens of thousands of different pieces of orange gear in the game. So you're not exactly, you know, hurting for choice, but it's probably going to take you a while to get a suit of orange gear that you want, unless you just dump several gold in the auction house. By the way, I should mention that 1 gold is a lot of money in Guild Wars 2. But there's 2 types of gear above orange, above the exotic gear. The first one is Ascended, and the second one is Legendary. Pink and purple, respectively. So, you might think, okay, well, Ascended gear, right? That's the best gear. And it is. It is the best stats in the game. So, I should probably tell you how many pieces... Can anyone guess how many pieces of Ascended gear I have? It's pretty similar to this. There's accessory slots. I think there's actually 1 more accessory slot than we have in FF14. And then you've got your armor slots, and then you've got your 2 weapon slots. So how many pieces of Ascended gear do you think I have? Now, I'm cheating a little bit here, because there's actually 2 types of Ascended gear. One is the ones that just is a relatively simple, straightforward grind. That's all the right gear here, the accessory stuff. I have a full suit, as such as it is, of accessory Ascended gear. 1 suit. What I do is I literally I transfer it, because it's account bound, between characters, depending on which character I'm on. So every time I switch characters to do anything, I have to actually essentially mail all the stuff to the new character and then re-equip it. Kind of irritating, but that's whatever. But how many over here? So weapons and armor, which is the bulk of the actual stats. So how many of those pieces of Ascended gear do you think I have? And since everyone already made their guesses, I'll just go ahead and answer you. 2. 1 I got for completing every map in End of Dragons, which I'll talk about in a minute, and 1 which I went through an extensive amount of effort and time in order to get, which I'm not even going to bore you with right now, and that's a weapon, specifically for my rogue. It's my sniper rifle. That's it. 2 pieces of Ascended gear. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 since it came out. How many legendaries do you think I have? So, yeah, I'm explaining all this right now, Jakul. Jakul is giving a summary of everything I'm talking about, but I'm just going to keep talking. So, yeah, I have 1 legendary, the Amulet. But anyways, so let's get back to Ascended for a second. Ascended gear is the best stats. The thing is, you're kind of locked into the specific stats. So you know how in FF14 there's maiming and fending and all that? Well, what happens in Guild Wars 2 is you get a piece of armor, and some of it, this is true for Ascended as well as every other type, some of it is maiming. This is the Ascended armor of maiming. And some of it is Ascended selectable. So you can change it from mending to aiming to maiming to whatever, right? So obviously, this is part of what I mean when I say there's actually 2 types of Ascended gear in the game. Ascended gear is really nice and really, 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 really grindy. And you're like, oh, so it takes a while to get. No, I actually have this up here, because I want you to understand. So I'm going to go and explain legendaries really quick. This is actually a legendary weapon, but this is kind of the stuff you have to go through to make this. And I'll explain what I mean by that in just a minute. So legendary, what's the difference in legendaries? So legendaries have the exact same stats as Ascended gear. However, they're heirlooms from WoW. Now, some of you don't understand that, so I should just try to explain this. If I have a legendary necklace, then what I have is I have a legendary necklace on my account. And so I can just pull that legendary necklace for all of my characters forever. I will never have to think about a necklace for the rest of my life, because that's that legendary I have. I'm good to go on it. Sounds right? So it has the same stats as Ascended, but it's forever. So let's talk about what is required to get a legendary. There's actually a legendary axe. 1 axe. I wield 2 axes for a bit of perspective. But, similar, Reggie. But in order to get 1 axe, what I would have to do is I would have to get 4 items. The mechanism, the tribute, the gift of Astralaria, and the gift of Maguma Mastery. And then I combine them in the Mystic Forge, and I have my axe. And you're like, okay, what's so bad about that? Let's cover the Mystic Tribute first. The Mystic Tribute requires 2 gifts of condensed magic, 2 gifts of condensed might, 77 mystic clovers, and 250 mystic coins. What do those require? Well, 2 gifts of condensed magic require 2 gifts of blood, which requires 100 vial of powerful blood, 250 vials of potent blood, 50 vials of thick blood, 50 vials of blood. These are crafting mats, if it's not obvious. So, hundreds of crafting mats, twice for blood, venom, totem, dust, claws, scales, bones, fangs. That's step 1. Hang on. Next up, we need those 77 Mystic Clovers. How do you get those? Well, you need 231 Mystic Coins. There's only one reliable source of that. That's time. You get a few of those every week. 231 globs of ectoplasm. There's only one reliable source of that. That's breaking down, desynthesizing items. 231 obsidian shards, rare drops. 231 crystals, rare drops. And 250 mystic coins, which I already discussed. That's to get 1 of the 4 items. By the way, this is the easiest one to get by far. Scroll down. I'm going to skip that step because I'm going to explain that one in a minute. The next thing you need is you need to go ahead and get the gift of the Maguma Mastery. What this requires is completing every map in Heart of Thorns. Now you're probably thinking, okay. So for those of you who haven't played Guild Wars 2, there's a bunch of things you can do in every zone. You can find points of interest. You can find vistas, which you can look around. You find hero points. You find other stuff. Hearts, you have to do all the hearts, which is quests. And I feel like I'm missing a step. But anyways, you have to do all of that 100% in every zone in Heart of Thorns, which is an expansion. Now, 100%ing those zones, I cannot explain this any other way than simply by saying that it sucks. 95%ing is actually pretty easy, even 90%ing, but Getting those last few bits almost always involves some kind of terrible jumping puzzle or some kind of horrific quest or whatever. There's always some aggravation for actually finishing off a zone. That's how it's designed. So you have to finish 100% all the zones. Then, hang on, I'm not done yet. Then you have to get 4 other items. Gift of the Itzel, Nuha, Exalted, and Gliding. Each one of these is ridiculous. So the way this works out is every single one of these requires 500, 250, or 750 of a particular resource. These resources drop by doing events. So you need quite literally thousands of these currencies, these special currencies that only drop from doing it. So just do events, just do events, just do events, just do events. Do that for 1 billion years, and you've got the next item. Then you need 200 spirit shards, which is relatively easy. And then a whole lot of extremely rare crafting mats, which if you decide to buy is literally hundreds of gold. That's item 2. Next item. Now this is why I said I was going to bring up Ascended, because you also need to get an Ascended weapon. Pause on that. We'll come back to that for a second. So you need to do PvP stuff. To explain a little bit of that, you need, let's see here. Whoa. Here we go. 250 items you get for doing PvP dailies. Think about what I just said for a second. Then you need, this one would be 250 items from doing the World versus World completion track. What that is effectively you have a level while you're World versus Worlding, and it levels up, and as you level up each bar, you get a reward. That's the track. That's what they call that. And so you have to go down the track and level up when it comes to World versus World, specifically. Then you need to wait for the thing to load. Then you need to get 250 World versus World reward track memory of battles, which you might get while doing the other one, but you probably won't. Now you can buy some of this crap on the auction house, not all of it. Then you make the cube of stabilized dark energy, which basically means doing fractals. That's just dungeon mashing is what that is. Then you need 100 gold. Straight. You just need 100 gold. Remember, 1 gold is a lot of money in this game. For a bit of perspective, I have about 12 gold in Guild Wars 2. Then you need to be a level 400 weaponsmith. I'm not even going to explain what that is, but so there you are. You're at this weaponsmith. And once you're there, you need a bunch of crafting mats to make a thing. Then you need the Ascended weapon. All right. No, it's 15. I got time. So hang on. So all of that plus the Ascended weapon is how you get the legendary weapon. So that's how absolutely ridiculous and nonsense the whole thing is. And screw everything about all of that system. It's so needlessly layers in layers in layers in layers. And all of Guild Wars 2's Ascended and Legendary weapons are like this. It's garbage. I hate it so much. I hate it with every fiber of my being. What does it take to get an Ascended weapon? Well, you have to craft a recipe, which you get by completing a collection. Purchase something from doing this one particular heart in one particular zone at one particular point in time. Do a major meta event in each of the 4 major zones for each of the dragons. Do a major event in each of the zones, which has nothing to do with that. Do a major event in each of the zones, which has nothing to do with that. Go gather 7 random items from around the entire universe, which are just all over the place. Some of them are rare drops off of certain bosses, like this one drops off of a specific champion mob. This one drops randomly off of troops in a specific area. This one can drop from doing a dungeon, and this one can drop from enemies in this area. Hang on, not done yet. I'm not even half done. This one can be found in a random chest. This one's found in a chest for doing a jumping puzzle. This one's a recipe that you purchase from doing a heart. This one's one that you get from doing a specific event in a specific zone. This one's found in a chest in a specific fractal. I'm going to stop because I'm quite literally only halfway down the list. So everything I just said times 2. That's to get an Ascended weapon, 1 Ascended piece of gear. I have done that once. Like I said, I've got my sniper rifle. I'm never getting another piece of Ascended gear in that goddamn game. I like Guild Wars 2. Screw Screw everything about how you get gear in that goddamned game. Go ahead, Mike Kamano. Ask some questions. Are there other ways to get Ascended that is not a grindy? Kind of. All you have to do is go grind raids or fractals. Or PvP. The answer's no. Why do they make it so grindy? To make people keep playing. I'm not actually joking. That's the reason. You can buy items from the legendaries on the auction house. That is true. They cost about $150 in real money to use equivalents. I did the math last night, actually, because this is where this rant is coming from. No, remember, the legendary gear is merely as good as the Ascended gear. I mean, honestly, even the Skyscale grind was a little bit much for me personally. But if I had to do, for example, the Skyscale grind in order to get a piece of legendary gear, that wouldn't bother me nearly as much. Don't mistake me. I enjoy Guild Wars 2 a lot. I was literally playing it last night. But Legendary and Ascended can both go to absolutely freaking hell. Why get Legendary instead of Ascended? Ah, very good. Very good question. Reason number one. Because, as I mentioned earlier, apparently you weren't listening to this, it's BOA, bind on account. You can, you have, if you get a Legendary chest piece, you're good on chest pieces forever. On every character you ever make ever. You have a piece, a chest armor. That's actually not a good example, but you get the idea. So that's the reason number one. Reason number two is the reason most people do this. No, Ascended is not account bound. Well, I mean, it kind of is. I was going to bring up the fact that Guild Wars 2 also has light, medium, and heavy armor, because, of course, it freaking does. But anyways, Ascended armor is BOA, it's just you have to transfer it each time. So imagine every time you're like, okay, hang on. Put the items in the shared storage, which I've bought extra slots of so I can do this. Log out, log in, pull the new items in and equip. But Legendary is just everyone has it. So when I say bind an account, I'm not explaining myself clearly. If you have a Legendary necklace, I'll use an example that's much more clear. You just pull it out of a menu. You just have the Legendary necklace. So each character has that Legendary necklace, and you never have to think about it. But that is ultimately not the reason people get Legendary. That's really cute. That's not why people get Legendaries. People get Legendaries because of cosmetics. So the axe I just mentioned, I'm actually going to link you this thing. Okay? Give me just a moment here. Correct, Mike Romano. And it's just theirs. It's there. Bam. Forever. Sorry, give me a moment. I gotta pull the page back up here. Exactly, Atri. Yeah, it's pure aesthetics. But credit where credit is due. The legendary gears in Guild Wars 2 look really, really cool. And I don't just mean in the fact that, you know, they have... here we go. I don't just mean in the fact that they have a cosmetic effect like you do in most MMOs. You may or may not have heard me talk about how we could have cosmetic slots to customize characters that has nothing to do with the gear you have on. So my legendary necklace has a cosmetic effect. I actually have a prismatic glow that surrounds me as a result of having that necklace. You can turn it off, by the way, so it's optional. And that, if you're not aware, necklaces don't have an appearance. So I get that glow simply by virtue of having that. But here, I'm just going to go ahead and link this in chat. There's a couple of pictures. It obviously looks better in motion, but I think you get the idea. It's a freaking Cosmos axe. It looks extraordinarily cool. It also flows as you move with it, and it changes the nature of some of your attacks. Because most legendaries, almost all of them, have some kind of extra thing they do in addition to just looking cool. My personal favorite example of that is the Mega Legendary Armor, which is a transformer, is the simplest way to explain that. So when you're in normal walking around status, you've got your armor on. It looks cool. But when you go into combat, it transforms into its actual battle mode, for lack of a better way to call it. And it has this thing that it does. And that's what legendary gear is all about in Guild Wars 2. It's fashion souls. And I will never have any of it because I have just written all of that nonsense off. Anyways, we found a thing about, yeah, power armor is a good comparison, Michael. We found a thing that's her father's. Sorry about the rant. I needed to get that off my chest because I enjoy that game, but God, that pisses me off so hard. Thank you, Ross, very, very much. I hope you enjoy 2 more weeks of streaminations. And I hope you stick around for some of the future streaminations. Is that the worst grind I've dealt with? Yes. I should probably mention that Guild Wars 1's cosmetics were just as grindy. Well, rather, were the same style of grind is a better way to phrase that. But even getting the AR relic weapon, which I've done, remember, is nowhere near as grindy as getting a single legendary in Guild Wars 2. But thank you, Ross. If you know where you want to put that, do please let me know. And yeah, exactly, E-Tree. It's just, I mean, who would want to look cool in Guild Wars 2, am I right? And thank you, Trustback, for the bit. If you know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. No, the next show is Justified, I believe, Season 1. I haven't decided yet, Scion, and that's the answer to that. Anyways, these are his robes, perfectly preserved from the day he left. All of it's been so perfectly preserved, it's almost as though they were wearing them but yesterday. Me neither, until it was added and then funded, Lord Irma. It's a gem. It's a soulstone, actually. Within slumbers the fairy that's been with my family for generations. I had thought it nearly lost. I thought I'd lost nearly everyone to that godforsaken war and the terrible disease that followed. Yet in spite of all odds, here she is, the last of my family, sitting right on the palm of my hand. I would give anything to see her again. Lilac? Lilac, please answer me. Nope, Justified is next, followed by Arcane, followed by Tangled, followed by The Mandalorian, followed by Clone Wars, Season 7. That's the list as of right now for streaminations. No! Well, shoot. That didn't work out well. Wake up, wake up! Something's wrong. We need to get her back immediately. Let's do it. And yeah, sorry, in answer to your question, Mike Romano, there are people who are, I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, absolutely goddamn insane who have grinded multiple legendary sets. Plural. Well, you're a Royal Marine and outstanding scholar. Surely you can diagnose what's wrong with her. No external injuries, both breathing and pulse stable. She slipped into a coma. She'll be waking anytime soon. No! What happened back there? Hey, it's asshole. Isn't the adventurer? What brings you to this neck of the woods? Is another of your friends? I would not call this person a friend. So in essence, a botched invocation rendered this thing unconscious. I'll just leave it there to rest till it wakes up. Thing? How dare you speak of Satota in such a callous manner? And to think you would suggest to leave this beautiful young lady out here until she wakes up. You must be mad. Young lady, are you sure? Okay. I shall carry the young girl inside, and she this given a proper place to rest. But before that, this coat of green mucus isn't contagious, is it? It's not mucus, it's... never mind. It's not contagious. Thank you for your help. Well, do me a favor, put that in the queue, Lord Harriman. I'll answer that in a moment. At least for now, we can rest easy knowing Satoto is safe, or as safe as she can be given the circumstances. All should be in order. I've seen to fit she's in a comfortable bed until she recovers. I already saw it, Ross. I read my Discord messages because I am a mod on Discord, so I've already seen it. Laura, I shall return to Bronze Lake and inform Sarita Karita of all that's happened. So I'm going to answer Dracul's question first. Which MMO's way of getting cosmetics and or mounts do I like the most? WoW's. So WoW does it two ways. It's relatively simple. You do achievements or you do encounters, which is to say quests and or bosses. Now you might think, well, what's different about that from FF14? In WoW, it's all account bound. So in WoW, you hit a button like this, and it pulls up a menu. And so every time you get any cosmetic, any piece of equipment in the game, it gets flagged for... Let me walk that back, actually. So if you get any equipment that you can equip on the class you are currently on, which is just a dumb limitation, then it gets flagged as something that you now have on that account forever. So you just have that. And you can just pull up the menu, like I said, and say, I want to apply this here and I want to apply this here. And then, of course, if you want the really nice stuff, you go do achievements, and that's how you get mounts and titles and all sorts of other fun stuff. And those achievements are usually not grindy. Instead, they're usually something more along the lines of, do this in a harder method than is intended. If that makes any sense. Let me try to think of an FF14 equivalent. I can't think of anything now. Because I can't. The problem is, most of the fights are designed with this in mind. So it's not just do it harder, it's do it, except this other mechanic, which normally helps you in the fight, get rid of, so now it makes the fight 3 times as hard. It's stuff like that, right? Anyways. Thank you, Sonoshi, as always. I've put that towards the Dragon Age block. Pressback asks, how am I doing? Man, I'm here. Tired. Got about 15 minutes this morning before I started work. It's okay. I ate, stretched, got some exercise in, and that's it. That's all I managed. Like, it's I guess, kind of Blade Travel. Again, the problem is WoW fights are designed with these achievements in mind. So, like, let me give you a direct example. And I'll answer Wick Low Lad's question in a second. I'm not ignoring you. I want to finish talking in my current train of thought really quick. So let's say I'm fighting this person right here. He has an attack which he drains everyone's health in the party. He stuns you for a second and drains your health down to, I think it's 5%. So it's percentage damage, right? So, ugh. And then he's like, okay. Now he stuns you for that one, but then he casts a heal, which heals you back up to full. Now, this is part of the flow of the fight. I'm not going to bore you with the other mechanics. It's just something he does, right? So the achievement then is interrupt the heal. Prevent him from healing you and continue on the fight and actually defeat him. This is what I mean when I say the fights are designed with these achievements in mind. Make sense? Now I'll answer the question about new game player friendly. This game is very new game player friendly. It's probably one of the most, I've never played an MMO before, MMOs I've ever seen. There is a lot in this game that is not tutorialized, but in terms of just playing through and enjoying the story, pretty much everything is going to be told to you as you go through it. And there are things you can do, including the guild tests and the I forget what it's called area, where you can try out and figure out how dungeons work and how mechanics work and all that stuff. So I can absolutely recommend this as a first MMO. And I do, in general, think that this is a fun game to play. It has its issues. I think the negatives currently on screen, 17 negatives to gameplay and 14 negatives to story, I don't really get that across because that's just for the current expansion. We gave something like 38 negatives to gameplay for ARR, for example. And, hang on. And 79 negatives to gameplay for Heavensward. So I'm not trying to say that it's the perfect game ever. But it is a good game. I do think it is a net positive game. I do think it's worth going through personally. Also, don't forget it has a free trial, which is back up now, which allows you to go through all the way for the first 2 expansions without any issue. Like, you go through Heaven's Word, which is up to level 60, for free, if you want to try it out and see if you like it. The rotations, okay, so how does the rotations feel? It varies. Some classes are substantially better designed than others. Like, the one I'm on right now sucks. Nobody plays Scholar. That's a joke. Sorry. Let me not joke when I'm answering a question sincerely. So, like, this class right here, Paladin, I have yet to give a positive to gameplay for, because this class sucks. By contrast, this class, which is Gunbreaker, is awesome. So it kind of varies, if that makes sense. There are, so like Warrior, for example. So when you start off, you don't have access to all of the classes. So when you start off, you know, Warrior, if you want to play a tank, is probably going to be a substantially better one. Summoner, which is actually a really good one nowadays. That's not Summoner, this one's Summoner. Summoner's pretty good. Summoner's actually really, really good because it just got an overhaul, so it'll actually be enjoyable while you're leveling, not just when you get to a good level. So, like, to explain what I mean by that, Dragoon at, I want to say, like, level 60, or, no, level 70. Fun class, right? Dragoon, while leveling, sucks. By contrast, Summoner, good class at 70, and fun to level with, so it kind of varies. But I can definitely recommend Summoner. It's a fun one. You get to have a little pet, and you get to have this little gauge over here, and you build up your mana, and then you summon Bahamut. It's really cool. It's cool stuff. I'm not going to bore you with it. Also, you'll technically be leveling a healer at the same time while you're doing that. Okay, I should get on with this quest. I spent a lot of time rambling about unrelated things here. I apologize. Just wasting my time here. Okay, so something has happened. It looks like the summon that she summoned has drained her ether. That's why she's unconscious. So, we need to go have a word with Kirito and see if he can confirm or deny our suspicions here. Work over there. And we'll hit the question queue. Let's see here. Lord Harriman did ask a question, right? Let's talk about an unrelated thing. How did it feel when I finally got that sniper rifle? So the reason I wanted you to put that in the queue is because you're probably thinking for a one-word answer, and you're not going to get one because it's me. So that sniper rifle is very good, and my rogue does the most damage of any class or any spec I have by a huge number. Also, that rogue that I just mentioned has lifesteal baked into it as part of its build. So it's also my tankiest class. So it destroys things in the face at ranged while also healing for doing so. So what's the problem? It's boring as sin. I put a lot of effort into gearing up that rogue because I really wanted to have one uber class, one high level. I mentioned how Guild Wars 2 is very unbalanced. The rogue build I have is on the higher end of the scale. The way it works, I'll actually explain it to you right now. So I take a knee, and I hit 1, 2, 3, then I dodge roll, then I hit 1, then I hit 3, then I dodge roll, I hit 1, and then I hit 3. This is it. This is the whole build. Now, every one of those hits is doing a stupid amount of damage, and I'm healing for all of it. I can literally just stand on a boss who is beating the snot out of me and tank it while kneeling, while shooting it in the face with a sniper rifle, because it cannot outdamage my healing. But it's really boring to play. So that's why I say it's hard to answer how it felt to finally get that rifle. It's like, well, it works. I try not to play that rogue unless I basically have to. You know, I pull it out for whenever we're doing super hard stuff, and that's it. So Satoto still slumbers on. Normally, when scholars summon their fairies, they do so by extracting a portion of the ether circulating through their bodies and willing it to take shape, like Celine here. By releasing that form, they dismiss it, and the ether will flow back into their bodies. This is what should have happened to Satoto when she fell unconscious. I can understand why she remains asleep, unless... What if she only managed a partial summoning? There's a possibility all of Satoto's ether fled from her body when calling Lilac, causing her to fall unconscious before the fairy could fully manifest. That would mean this unbound phantom is out there somewhere, aimlessly roaming the land and preventing her from regaining consciousness. You and Alka must hurry to find and dispatch her before it wanders off too far. Okay. Yeah, to give you an idea, some of you will understand what I mean by this. I can effortlessly solo champion fights with that rogue build. Just effortlessly. Oh, sorry, yes, I did get it for Breath of Fire 3. Thank you for confirming, Ross. That is how that works. You're supposed to confirm audibly. I did get it for Breath of Fire 3. Dwarf Noble or Dwarf Commoner. Triaxia, one of the two. Finally returned. What did Sarita Corrido have to say? Partial summon. We must hunt this thing down and destroy it. Do you recall how a purple sphere of light appeared? That must be the Phantom Fairy. Problem is, the moment it materialized, it vanished from Amdapor Keep. There's no telling where it could have gone. Hey, jackass. Two, you're looking awfully somber. What's wrong? Explain. Ah, does this thing resemble a floating violet orb? Why, yes. Well, the whalers have been claiming they've encountered a specter in the forest. In fact, the reports have grown so numerous that I've given orders to investigate. Interestingly enough, the description seems to match this Phantom Fairy of yours. That'll be it, alright. We'll take care of it. Here's where you should take care of it. Why, thank you. I'm not doing it for you, I'm doing it for the young lady. It's not as though I could simply stand by and watch a helpless girl fight for her life. Uh-huh. Alright. Let's go. Let's see. While we travel, questions. Let's see here. Which MMO do you think does endgame PvE gear acquisition best? That's actually a good question. Back in previous expansions, I would say WoW. But I think WoW has fallen out of that step. Getting gear in WoW has been bad since, ironically, Legion. So, I'm going to discontinue WoW from that, so it's not WoW. FF14 is okay. It's vanilla. It's plain Jane. You do the high-end stuff and either get a piece of gear, or you get tomestones, which you spend on gear, and that's it. That's as far as that goes. So that's good, but, you know, there's nothing really special about it. ESO I've never actually hit endgame because... So I don't play MMOs solo. It's just a standard policy for me. None of my friends want to play ESO, so I've never actually played ESO. So I don't really have much to say about that one. God damn it. There we go. Guild Wars 2 is a weird one. So, I think I've made it clear that I really don't like getting Ascended gear or Legendary gear. But as mentioned before, exotic gear, honestly, is kind of a joke. I will go ahead and admit that at this point in my life, all of the exotic gear that I use on most of my classes, I just get from the auction house. I just drop money on it and say, here, done. So of that list, ironically, I think FF14 would win by virtue of being not bad. But I can't say I'm in favor of any of those systems, really. Alright, it's about time you came. I was getting concerned. The beasts of the forest had gotten you. Really did. Then there's getting gear in Tor, which I deliberately left off the list, because getting gear in Tor is stupid. I mean, I agree with that, Wicklow. Like I said, it's vanilla, but it's not bad. I mean, I enjoy vanilla as much as anybody else. Vanilla ice cream, that is. Whatever. Guild War 1? Okay. I'll come to that in a second. Green skin or not, I cannot help but protect this young girl. So, okay, let's walk this back a second. The problem with WoW is they change the gear treadmill every expansion. I get why they do that. It's stupid. So if you pick and piece, if you, like, cherry-pick gear acquisition methods across WoW's existence, what you have is what I would consider to be a truly excellent method of getting gear. But all of that's spread out across all the expansions, right? So we've got the 2 tomestones, let's call it what it is, from Wrath, for example, which is actually a really good method for the same reason it is in FF14. And then you have the set acquisition of multiple expansions based on how that goes, based on difficulty you do. So that's multiple expansions. Okay. But then you have to take specifically the gear upgrade mechanism, which was only in Pandaria, and not the random gear upgrade mechanism, which was also in Pandaria. Thunder forging was never a good idea. And then you have to take... So I mentioned you could get gear based on difficulty in raids, but they did that wrong sometimes. So let me explain what I mean by that. In Pandaria specifically, which was the first expansion to introduce LFR, you could actually progress in terms of gear and in terms of difficulty, in terms of getting stuff, by doing LFR in Pandaria. That's because LFR gear was a couple of notches below normal gear and a few notches above heroic dungeon gear, as it should be. It was you know, you got quest stuff, craft stuff, quest stuff, dungeon stuff, crafted stuff, heroic stuff, LFR, normal, and then heroic, right? So that was the tier, and it all worked very neatly. And so if you got a bunch of LFR gear, you could progress to normal, or you could just progress without normal, or whatever. That was cool. Then you got to Legion. In Legion, it's quest gear, LFR gear, dungeon gear, heroic gear, crafted gear, normal gear, mythic gear. And you probably already noticed the problem with that. LFR gear was quite literally worse than dungeon gear in Legion. And I like Legion a lot, but that was extraordinarily stupid. There was no point in actually doing LFR raids in Legion other than doing it once for the story. It was fruitless. Even more so because most of the raid quests you could not progress in LFR in Legion. So that sucked. Oh, hey, the final one. Wait, what am I getting from this? Anyways, we have found Amdapor. Okay. Yep. Let's go. Yeah, all you have to do is kill the rest of your party who is also trying to get the same one piece of gear. Now, gear collection in Guild Wars 1... So, the reason I hesitated on that is it's not... So... How do I explain this? The level cap in Guild Wars 1 is 20. Now, that's not actually a bad thing, as weird as that may sound. The thing about Guild Wars 1 is gear barely matters in Guild Wars 1. You will have the best stats gear in Guild Wars 1 easily and effortlessly. It costs nothing, and you can just buy it from a vendor. You now have the best gear in the game. Congratulations. Now, there are two caveats to that. One is aesthetics. If you want the different looking suits of armor, well, that's going to be a little grindy. But it's still nowhere near at the level of Guild Wars 2, not even close. So, a little bit of grind, and then you get a different looking suit, which looks cool. The other caveat, however, was the runes, or whatever they call them. I actually forget what they called them. It's been a while. But you had gems, which you could put into your gear. Those things were either extremely rare drops, or spend literally dozens of real-life dollars equivalent of gold on buying it in-game. And that's gear in Guild Wars 1. You might think, well, hang on, if you max out your gear effortlessly the moment you hit level 20, which you do quickly, then how do you progress in Guild Wars 1? Abilities. The way Guild Wars 1 worked is your actual build was all about your bars, these things down here. Now, you can only have 8 abilities equipped at a time, but one of those can be an elite. So you get 7 normal abilities, 1 elite ability. That is your progression in Guild Wars 1, because as you went through, new towns would have new trainers, which have new abilities, which then allows you to vary up your build. And the elite, you get those from bosses. You have to actually go out into the world with a specific thing which you have, which is like, I want to steal the ability from someone, and you use that on someone in order to steal ability from them. Now, you can steal regular abilities too, but the point behind that is to grab their elite skill. That is the progression that Guild Wars 1 had, and that's why even after years of expansions where the level cap was still 20, we kept getting stronger as we went through it. Actually, yeah, Dakota. It was pretty much full-on blue magery. This should be interesting. I wouldn't call that a fairy, but I guess I get it. So which... I already answered the Dragon Age question. So So Omega Legion asks a very valid question. Could you manage a full playthrough on a fresh account of Guild Wars 2 without anyone to play with? Yeah. Pretty easily, actually. So, now I understand the problem you're having, Omega Legion. Don't dismiss this as me being dismissive of you. The problem you're having is Guild Wars 2 Vanilla sucks. Which may sound familiar, because that's true for every MMO ever. But in all seriousness, Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is extraordinarily non-indicative of Guild Wars 2 in general. Like, you have to run around doing events and hearts and completing maps, and it's just... That's it. That's the content. And every 5 to 10 levels, you get a new story quest. And occasionally those lead you to a dungeon, which you can't do because those dungeons are mean and level capped. By the way, I have never finished all the vanilla dungeons in Guild Wars 2. Ever. By the way, I've been playing Guild Wars 2 since it came out. Is Guild Wars 1 worth playing more before Guild Wars 2 for the story? Absolutely. Guild Wars 1's story has some cliches and has some eyebrow raisings, but is a good story and is worth going through, in my opinion. I don't know who Arsh is, but have I heard the music in Stranger in Paradise? No. Other than Limp Bizkit, obviously. See, I disagree with that, Omega Legion, but I haven't reviewed Guild Wars 2, and, more to the point, I agree with you, if that makes any sense. Because Heart of Thorns gets better, that doesn't mean it gets good. It's BC. It's Burning Crusade. It's a step up. It's a noticeable step up in several ways. The zones are... They really liked verticality in Heart of Thorns for some reason, and that is a colossal pain to navigate. But you don't have to level anymore, kind of. You do have to pause to grind every now and again, to grind out masteries to be able to progress. That sucks. But it is still a noticeable push forwards in several ways. Then you get to Path of Fire, and that's when the game finally actually gets enjoyable. And I could stop saying all these asterisks and just say, yeah, by the time you get to Path of Fire, it's good stuff. Who's my favorite orc in Warcraft? Probably Varrock. Eitrig would be pretty high up on my list as well. As much as I hate to admit it, Garrosh is a very interesting and well-written character, so that's up there too. And I suppose I'd also put Thrall on there because Thrall is pretty awesome, despite what people say, so... No, believe me, I do feel for you, Omega Legion, I really do. So on the off chance, if you ever have availability when I also happen to be on, just poke me. I can drag you through stuff a little bit. Or at least help a little bit. Let's actually hit this button, not that it actually matters. You're on the server, Omega Legion. It's Guild Wars 2. There is only one server. There's a lot of shards, but there's only one server. Now, they might have a regional thing, but if they do, I'm not even aware of it. I think it wants me to heal. Imagine wanting me to heal on a green DPS. Actually, so this is going to sound weird. I actually don't like what they did with the server merge in World vs. World. Still haven't updated it, Triaxia. Why do you ask? I had literally 15 minutes this morning to do anything and before I hit stream. What do you want from me? That being said, the spreadsheet is actually up to date. I did spend the time last night actually updating the sheet. So the sheet's updated. How quickly do you grind a max level Guild Wars 2? You know, honestly, I don't know. I haven't done it since vanilla, because nowadays I just burn experience scrolls on it to just be level 60. I've got like 90 experience scrolls on me at this point, which is 90 levels. Each scroll is a level. Suggestion for a necro build? Yeah, mine. Mine is death walking. Well, that's not true. Mine is extremely destructive and absolutely obliterates everything, but has no live capacity whatsoever. I can tell you if you give me a minute. Statue stopped moving. From the earlier, the dread has receded. I think the Phantom Fury is no longer. Which is a good chance that Toto's ether has returned. Quick. Mine is strong and fragile, so that's the alternative I got for you, Omega Legion. I've actually got an even more fragile build, which I don't like to use because it dies very easily. Like, really, really easily. Hits like a truck, though. The best tank I've ever made is actually a Mesmer of all things. What are you doing? We gotta return. Busy, God. Yeah, the hits like a truck build I just mentioned, Omega Legion, that's a minion build, kind of. It's got its old thing. I'll explain it later. I need to make some progress today. Ashes of Creation. I don't even know what that is. Let's look it up. Ashes of Creation. It's an MMO, world structure, dynamic. Oh, right. No, I walked away from that one. I got plenty of MMOs in my life right now, and I don't feel like having an open PvP experience. So, where's Satoto? She's up. You're awake. Yay. What's wrong? You alright? Do you not remember? You attempted to summon Lilac and fell unconscious. You've been asleep the entire time. Oh, I'm sorry. It was never my intention to place you in harm's way. While I was sleeping, I had a dream. It was of my father. When the first wave of the sickness hit, person after person began taking ill. I watched as he and the other scholars rushed through the streets trying to save everyone they could. Then the sickness struck me. When my skin began to turn green and the limbs began to shrink, he decided to embark on a mission to obtain the cure, one he knew was destined to end in failure from the very start. He made his way to where all the white mages resided, the enemy nation of Amdapor. In a last-ditch effort to save me, he infiltrated their borders. I suppose we all know how that story ended. Even if he no longer cared for me, loathed me even for what I had become, it wouldn't matter. I just wanted to see him one last time. What are you talking about? Your father would have been delighted to see the stunning young woman you've grown into. Okay. I'm not here to judge. Well, I've always known I'd never feel my father's loving embrace. I'd always thought maybe I could have at least seen his fairy. In my selfish desire to do so, however, I put everyone in danger, including Lilac. I'm sorry. That reminds me. Do you know why Lilac was drawn to the Lost City? Don't worry about that. There's little rhyme or reason to the actions of a frenzied spirit. Maybe, but she was moving deliberate. Do you have any ideas of why she was trying to show us? Well, yeah. Here you go. A gemstone? Maybe this is what Lilac was trying to lead us to. We should take it to Cerrito Corrito. Then let's freaking do so. Oh, thank you for taking care of me while I was unwell. Think nothing of it. The world may be full of self-serving men and women, but don't forget not all of us are like that. Should you run into someone or something that threatens to hurt you, be sure to come run for me. Once I run them through with my lance, they shouldn't bother you any longer. Let's see, what's the build that you were linked here? It's not my build, but it's an interesting one. I might have to look at that build later, see if I can tweak mine. I'm always fiddling with my builds. In fact, I literally made a new warrior build just last night, which is trying to do a take on a banner slave. It worked out extremely well. In addition to the obvious benefit of the banners, I was just melting face with it. It's a twin axes for anybody who knows what that means. Let's see, it's like it's twin axe, headbutt, berserker with banner of might and banner of resilience, and a couple other little details. The whole point of the way I have it set up is it generates adrenaline like crazy, so it's just berserk, wham, hit one button, wham, hit another button, wham, hit another button, wham. It's pretty fun. Yeah, exactly, E-Tree. I have it bound to R, but yeah, it's the same thing. Anyways, we have something for you to look at. It's a gemstone. Alright, well, let's look at it. No, it couldn't possibly be. It appears to contain concentrated white magics. How'd you find this? Well, my fairy pointed it out to me. Ah, it is the guardian statue's crystal core, the source of its power. This is what Satoda's father sought to acquire by infiltrating Amtapor? Very likely. Had the Nimians managed to attain and analyze one of these gemstones, we could have found the remedies to any number of diseases. Possibly the one that destroyed our lands. Just as I thought, Lilac was acting with deliberate intent. Normally, a fairy which has failed to fully manifest is nothing more than a sphere of turbulent etheric energy. Lilac is in part a remnant of her father's ether. Maybe she retained his strong will to see Satodo saved. Oh, they're terrifying death machines. They're just also people, Dr. Winter. It was a curse, a magical disease that turned them into tomberries. My selfish desire to reconnect. You already apologized, Satodo. Shush. You're cool. And you two should totally just kiss. Just kiss! Aww. Next time the Royal Marines are out training, can I join you, maybe? Blush! Actually, what happened is she blushed, and he was like, you look okay? You're turning red. Let's shh. Omega Legion. Shh. Alright. The gemstone you brought back will no doubt pave a way for a new generation of scholars. Cool. What a relief. Satoda's back to normal. I feel bad for standing this close to him. He's probably going to be like, ugh, in order to even see me. Now let us leave this place and continue our training. To victory. Come hell or high water. We now get Ether Pact. So this is the thing, this is the beam, right? Yeah, okay. Interesting, it doesn't indicate it. I'm gonna have to remember that. Or look it up later. I don't think I have that on my bar, either. Let me just grab... What's it called? Ether Pact. Nope, it's not on the bar. Where would I put that? I don't actually have a button available, so I'm going to have to think about this. I guess I could move Ether Flow off of X. I could button press that. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. God, I didn't even see that. There it is. Okay, cool. I don't know, maybe my heart's just too cold and empty and dead and filled with nothing but darkness and hatred. But, I mean, that was a sweet little quest, but that's it. I'm not super impressed with that. So, let's go with Samurai. Yeah, do we have 8 people? That's a good question. So hang on. So we got US and Corp, Omega Legion. Hang on. US and Corp is not available. Oh, that's bad. At a glance, I would say no. But we might. We might have 7 right now. At the moment, we have 2. 2 people who are acknowledging me. If we count Bragon, we're up to 3. Or 4, counting me, so... Missing 4. Lunarith obviously doesn't count. I'm not even counting her. Reggie is not really available. Cashel is not available. Yeah, we might have to push back finishing up the raid series for a while, which honestly is the suck, but... No. Executive decision. Well, we do... Well, let me think about this for a minute. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a black mage. I'm going to do a quest. That's what we're going to do. Where's this stupid quest? Shades of Shintoro. No! Yeah, I was going to say, chloroform sounds like a neat option. How do you deal with the headache? So here's what I'm going to do. I'll go ahead and talk this out. I have given up, officially and formally, on doing these things with 8 people for the moment. If we get 8 people, that's neat. But I'm not expecting it, put simply. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to go ahead and knock out all of the non-New Game Plus class stuff and hopefully get all that done in the next 2 hours. And then we're going to finish up Four Lords, because that's locking me out of a lot of things, because that's where my New Game Plus is stout. We will go with as many people as we have. If we have 8 people, great. If we don't, we will pug. And we're just going to commit to pugging. We need to keep going. We've already lost a little bit too much time on Stormblood. And that's just, yeah, we need to go. So, we're going to smash out some class quests and not talk about Guild Wars 2 for like 10 minutes. So, there's a book. However, they have decoded a part of this book. Heir to the dark arts, speak these words unto Null's reflection, that memories long forgotten may stir anew. We don't know what that means, but hey, you know, we need to go to Null's reflection and figure out what this means. So let's go do that. I guess here would be quickest. Oh. So, questions. Favorite night elf in Warcraft? Oh, that's a tough one. I'm tempted by Maev's brother, who's Gerard. There we go. Didn't think it was name for a second. Gerard's pretty legit. And honestly, Illidan is a fascinating and extremely well-written character, especially in Legion. Oh, wrong way. But here's the thing. Illidan has bounced around in how well-written he is because of real life, you know, competency issues on behalf of the writers. But Illidan is a great character in Warcraft 3, in Frozen Throne, and in Legion. Gerard is also awesome. The only thing that pulls Gerard down is he doesn't have as much screen time, but he is in both Cataclysm and Legion, and he's pretty awesome. Wow, a solo instance right off the bat. Okay, let's see how this works out. And also Tyranda's adopted daughter, who I can't think of her damn name. The General. She's been intermittently in the narrative. She's actually the main Night Elf in Shadowlands. I can't think of her damn name. But she's actually a pretty cool character, too. Except when she's stupid. Yeah, Chandris, maybe? That doesn't sound right. That's true. Omega Legion. It is. Chandris Feathermoon. That's right. The thing is, she has a moment of being terrible in BFA, but let's be honest, most characters didn't get out of BFA with their dignity intact. I'd say like 2 managed that. Maybe 3. So we've summoned a light. You shall serve as bringer of destruction. As for my vessel, that one should suffice. You will be my vessel. Mwahahaha. Evil laughter. What was that strange sensation? It was as if a great fire burned within me. Now my mind is being rent in two. A voice! A voice in my head! Yeah, no kidding, Gashel. Tyrande is probably one of my least favorite Night Elves. And that's especially true in Shadowlands. Oh, it feels good to walk the earth for the first time in 2 millennia. Seems the old coot proved himself useful after all. If he hadn't kicked it, I'd find him and give him a pat on the back. What are you gawking at? You're a black mage, are you not? Surely you possess the common sense to recognize the woman who stands before you. Or you'll be needing a hint. Well, you're not talking in rhyme, so you can't be Shantotto. Someone would call me Death's Handmaiden, but I always found that particular epithet so needlessly morbid. Although, technically speaking, I am but a manifestation of a memory, you may call me the name I used to have, Shantotto, at your service, but of course, it is you who are mine. Yes, I am evil, very evil. I must say, what is it with black mages and these unwieldy hats? Do they believe it makes them look more imposing? Or are they merely compensating for something? In either event, I have no need for such adornments. Hi. That's more like it. Lore, was it? Of course it was. Now, we're on a first-name basis. You have to tell me all about yourself. On second thought, skip that. Time is short, and I don't care. At any rate, as I may have mentioned, I'm not the true Shantotto as she once lived. Rather a manifestation of her memory. Or my memory. Needless to say, that makes me the most powerful sorceress currently existing in your world. You would do to remember that if you ever mind to cross me. You're cute. Now, we've had the pleasantries out of the way. What do you say we have a little fun? Prepare to be blasted into a gazillion itty-bitty pieces. Okay. Oh, come now. Must I spill everything out for you? I must know if you're sufficiently adept at the dark arts to help me forestall impending doom! And this is the easiest way to do it. Now prepare for fun, or a world of pain. Okay. Also, remember, the battery thing should affect this, too. We talked about that during the Black Mage Chain, no less. So she should be limited by the battery of her current host, no matter what her knowledge is. Of course. And we're dead. Take two. Jesus. Yeah, you expect... Honestly, I just suck at Black Mage. I've admitted this. So... I have no shame here. Moving on. She still hurts like a thing that hurts a lot. Oh shoot, I'm out of mana. God damn, friggin' Black Mages! Ah! low do I have to get your health before you count this as a win and I can get on with this? No reason. Just curious. Yeah, no kidding, Traxxia. Jesus Christ. I take back my sass. It's just irritating. No, the Xenos fights... Oh, God, that would be awful. Could you imagine? I mean, I already don't like the Xenos fights. Unless, you know, dying would be success, which obviously it wasn't, so... That was my main issue with that. Would you go away? God damn! Piss off! I have to actually beat her, don't I? Jesus Christ. Beat her before she finishes flare? Oh, Jesus. That's not happening. Oh, she's just chain casting flare, isn't she? That's just my life now, is she's chain casting flare. Cute! That's cute. Cool. Not half bad. That painfully dull expression on your face had me worried. I suppose you'll do after all. Do what? Try to keep up. I abhor repeating myself. 2,300 years ago, the greatest mage of the realm, that would be me, compiled a choice assortment of the most potent offensive incantations and evocations to the school known as Black Magic. You seem puzzled. I also devised a spell that would allow my memory to one day return. My reasons were twofold. For one, I simply had to see for myself how the art of discussion would pass down, and for another, I knew that the realm would be most certain... Oh, this won't do. I thought the girl's strong on this, but these eyelids grow heavy, the consciousness wanes. Time for a nap. Remember this, my puppet of destruction. You have an important role to play. Go level. Oh, I didn't notice that Omega Legion. That's awesome. I mean, that's already a great fight. I love that fight, but that's legit. Lore? I just woke from a dream. Where's my hat? Also, I feel like I just fought a huge battle. Well, you know, let me explain this a little bit. Here's your hat. Preposterous, or so most would say, but you have no reason to tell me falsehoods, and to explain the curious symptoms I'm experiencing. Shantoto, mother of our dark art, who pursued the power of destruction to and beyond any limits that could be conceived. Has her consciousness taken residence in my own mind? Oh well, I call out, but she does not answer. Whether she slumbers or deigns not to answer, I cannot say. Whatever. Let's go back to Ul'dah. Do we have to? I don't really want to go to Ul'dah. Nobody wants to go to Ul'dah. It looks like it. Yeah, Traxxia. Let's see here. So, questions. So, how would I make a general Beatrix build in D&D? So obviously there's no such thing as a straight D&D build-out equivalent, but I feel like going with a paladin is ironically the wrong choice for that. I think fighter would be a better pick to make a Beatrix build. I'm not sure which feats you'd pick up, but that would be the direction I'd go in. Fighter with a specific set of feats, maybe getting a little bit of, what's it called? Spellslinger, I think? This is a 3.5 thing. In order to try and vary it up a little and get the, you know, the spells along with it. You can also go Bard, which I know sounds like a weird direction, but hear me out. Bard plus a Dragon Disciple could kind of lean in that direction too. Not sure, though. I'd have to think about that. I haven't actually made a build in D&D in years. Not counting the Warlock I built, obviously. Because 5th edition isn't the same. 5th edition isn't building. 5th edition is picking a build. So I haven't really built a character since... When did Winter Night's Coup come out? Because that's the last time I actually built a character in D&D. Okay, I shall go level. Well, you study the tome. Also, I didn't know Lelai was actually a female this entire time. So I'll confess my ignorance on that one. For better or for worse, it seems Shatoto is enjoying her peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the book has given some interesting stuff. The goblet it holds is ancient, blah, 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 blah. Master's record go on to say, the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message of glyphs of the ancient Moch. Hour of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and far. 23 centuries hence, it shall open anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue. See, that sounds like Shantotto. So it's been 2,300 years, so this is all rather cryptic. Lelai, Lore, I would speak with you. Hey, White Mage. I'd like nothing more than to catch up on old times. I come with bearing grave tidings. What's up? It's no time for jest. The situation is most dire. A veritable horde of crazed golems has spilled forth from the lost city. Holy crap. Whatever foul sorcerer led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say, but if we don't deal with them, there's no telling the damage they'll inflict. Very well. I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shantotto aside for a moment. And wait, no, not now! I'll explain in a minute. I say, how can a girl think straight with this ungodly fool's cap weighing her down? Or maybe she can't. Of course, of course! Hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now, we haven't much time to try to keep pace. Just who or what are you? Yes, I'm sure there's already like to know, but where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to through the girl's ears. We're heading to the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems? Yeah. There's a whaler there. Okay, let's go. Shantotto? Okay, I'll talk about it when our task is done. Yeah, don't even, just let it be. Just leave it be. How does Guild Wars 2 vanilla compare to ARR? Worse in every way. I mean, let me walk that back. I don't like Guild Wars 2 vanilla because... Let me explain it this way, Blade Traval. Assuming you're still there, which you probably aren't, so I probably should wait. Why not? Hey, Death Eagle. Oh, you're there. Okay, so hang on. Yes. Our height, living stones. So we're okay, sure. So imagine if you're going through ARR, right? But the main story quest only pops up once every 10 levels. And so what you have to do is you have to go run around doing fates. Just fates. And that's your life. That's just how it is. And that's Guild Wars 2 vanilla. So you see why I say it's worse than ARR. Because it's just... you know... Screw it. I should probably also mention the other problem with Guild Wars 2 vanilla. So you may or may not have noticed that I mentioned earlier that I haven't done all the dungeons in Guild Wars 2. Well, that's because the way they're designed is they're very badly designed, way overtuned, and also they're designed like normal dungeons. Now, before I keep talking, can anyone tell me what's wrong with designing dungeons in Guild Wars 2 like normal dungeons in another MMO? Any takers? Thank you, Croatia. As always. If you know where you want that to go, please let me know. Yeah, there's no Holy Trinity. There's no tanks, and there's barely any heals. So they're just designed like a normal dungeon, with bosses that hit hard. You got it, Croatia. Thank you, again. And they're not even interesting bosses. And, because of how Guild Wars is, there's no unsynced. You have to do it at what is the equivalent of minimum eye level and or, you know, just syncing. You have to do it at the level that it's in. And that sucks. Yeah, also, if you don't do the dungeons, the end of vanilla literally makes no sense because it's part of the main story quest. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 vanilla was problematic. What they were doing, I can actually explain this. What they were doing was they were throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stuck. They were trying to not be WoW. In fact, they were trying very hard to not be WoW. And I'm not even being facetious. They specifically said in interviews, we don't want to be WoW. We don't want to compete with WoW. We want to be our own thing. And that's admirable in its own right, and I mean that. And they certainly succeeded. Guild Wars 2 was not WoW. The problem was, nobody was really sure how to design an MMO, so they just kind of threw stuff at the wall. You may or may not have caught this up based on how I'm talking, but if you haven't picked this up, there are no dungeons past vanilla. They actually abandoned the concept of dungeons after vanilla. Now, there are other things that took place of it in later stuff, like fractals became the big thing, but the last dungeon is in vanilla. Once you've done that, you've done them all. He also started leaning into these zone-wide metas, which was probably a good move. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, I'm not want to repeat myself. It seems I should make an exception for the slower members of the band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shantoto, or a memory of hers, blah, 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 blah. Shantoto, if that's truly who you are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess, yet there's the matter which you do not sit with me well. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh, you really aren't smart. Very well. I should begin with the very beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that anyway? Ha ha, game. The tale becomes some 2 millennia ago when the great civilization of Moch was still in its infancy. Our scholars ascertained a mighty comet awash with unspeakable ethereal energy was on course to strike our home and reduce it to so much rubble. So I thought to rectify the situation in the only way I knew, by blasting the rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm has ever seen. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to developing the art of black magic as it's known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it off its path and sending it harmlessly off into the heavens. The story does not end there, however. Fragments of the meteor hurtled and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the surface, brimming with etheric energies waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these stones drew the attention of mages far and wide who sought to claim them for their own. There are many stones these are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose power many a city-state flourished. Yet these stones held further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, they would call to one another, ether reacting to ether to augment mutual power to greater heights. Mind you, the power of fragments, even in heightened state, would be too meager for cause for concern. One threat, however, lingered. What if the comet, the Mother Stone, if it were to return, its circuitous orbit bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more? Would not its remnants, its children, summon in hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous. Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? It's inconceivable a new path would bring it bound to our direction. Let's explain gravity. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, a prodigy who foresaw the danger and sent her memory into the future so she might return to save the day. You mean you predicted this threat would come 2,000 years ago and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing us to return to us in our time of need? I believe I already said that. Of course, I didn't do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. My dear little Eli and Lore were also playing their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. Your whole story strikes me as far-fetched, but I mistrust your motives, neither your motives nor your skills. But, alright, yeah, sure, let's do this. Must you? Very well, don't get in our way. Now, let's go save the realm. Raise eyebrow. Lovely woman, really. Either beginning to like her, or I'm going to kill her. Yeah, no ego. No ego here. Yeah, I think I already answered all those questions. Missing 2. So, Illidan, and by Illidan I mean Cashel. Illidan, at Cashel, you are now named Illidan. I have dubbed it as so. Should Kylo Ren have been the Illidan of Star Wars rather than just another Anakin, or is Anakin already the Illidan of Star Wars? Neither of them are the Illidan of Star Wars, because neither of them are as well written or as well performed as Illidan. Nevertheless, I wouldn't go that direction with Kylo personally, but then again, I've already said the direction I would go with Kylo personally. The hero assures me there's been no Golem uprising since he's been too thick to tell a convincing lie. I'm inclined to believe him. I do pride myself on my honesty, and I'll be honest when I say with this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not fondly looked upon in our day and age. Your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone. But many entreaties you make are not like to have a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in portions of prominence. How charming. He actually thinks it might prove useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward. Where is Lalai? She's still in there somewhere, right? Oh, yeah, she's fine. And don't worry, her consciousness is just enjoying a respite. Which reminds me, nap time. Right. Mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us. Has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? That's a good question. She's also pure evil. The progenitor of our esteemed art chose me as her vessel. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come on. We must do our bidding. Wait. If we take her words at face value, Shatoda has only the realm's best interest at heart, but I remain skeptical. Not to say I doubt her intentions or yours, but we speak of the founder of the art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the 6th Armable Calamity. Could it be that even in seeking to save our realm, she is like not to destroy it? Blasphemy! Why, Lady Shantotto has long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering hatwit would think to hold her responsible for... Well, I put it that way. I get it. That's why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve the Prajalm's peace. I want to keep an eye on her, you know? She's a little sus, is what I'm trying to say here. Cabbage is amazing when boiled with salt, Calampluso, and meat. Alright, let's do this. In 2 more levels. These quests are long, jeez. I think these are the longest quests so far, and that counted going all over the place as a dragoon. Alright. There's been rampaging golems! By... here. Zactef says, in Defiance 2050, they did the cool guys don't look at explosions bit, which is... okay. And one guy said, I thought you of all people do not look back. And the other guy said, what's your point of blowing the thumbs up if you're not going to admire it? Okay, yeah, no, I like that, Zactef, you're right. Bean sprouts! Bragwin, I'm afraid I'm breaking up with you. Cut to the trial. The children, that's the lore walkers, will be with the mother. It's been eons. It's been eons, eras, ages, eons! I've heard the spirit of the legendary Shantotto come alive again inside the light, but this wondrous tale could possibly be true. Yeah. We have to recap to every single person, every single quest. This is not good writing. So, there's a rampaging golem nearby. Yep, cool. A golem of Moch. One of my own creations. That's inconceivable. I designed them to be rampage-proof and left copious instructions to ensure my loyal apprentices and their loyal apprentices, and so on and so forth, would see that it stayed that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know the chaos and destruction wrought by the Mchach sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Oh yeah, it's Thursday, isn't it? Well, I have neither Kalampaloso, so no. Might get Chinese. You do not trust me. Trust us, this I know. I'm not deaf to Lilai's ceaseless grumbling. So be it. You cannot help being a simpleton no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. That old kook, Kukuruka, told me what became of Machach after my passing when he communed with me a century ago. Think I'd deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants with the art I wrought? Of course not. For I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand a tool is only as good or evil as they who wield it. So answer me this. What can I possibly gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? Alright. Does that overdweller never lighten up? They all make fun of him, but I'm more with him than anyone else in this thing. You could say that again to my synonym-abusing friend. Laura, you know the man better than I, and for that I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his inane quibbling? Yeah, we could kill you. He's probably worried for Lalai. I've observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern over the well-being of others. Okay. So, sociopath or just a dick? You be the judge. These lands were more dry and agreeable in my day, but I suppose a thing or two can change in 2 millennia. Really? But no time for nostalgia. We have a golem to smash. I will accompany Shantotto. You go survey the area south of here. Okay. And yeah, it's true. Everyone likes to blame them for the War of the Magi, but pretty much everyone did bad stuff in that war. And yeah, it's totally Shantotto, just without the rhyming, which is probably a good thing if we're being honest with ourselves. I think there might be an encounter up here. Oh my god, an encounter! First, but whatever. Nope, gotta stand in it. Black Mage mode engaged. What? Ham. Really, Ross? That's funny. If that body were my own, I would have razed that oversized block to the ground. Had I lost consciousness in the middle battle, I would have been done for, and poor Lalai with me. No, it's I-ho. You do it at dead of gratitude. Had you not drawn the Christian's initial strike, I would have met it with an inglorious end. It is my fault and mine alone we were caught unawares, though it shames me to say so. My eyes were on you when they should have been watching for our enemy. Who is this sorceress with such power? Does she mean to save the realm or destroy it? These thoughts continue to haunt me, but no more. You are a paragon of virtue. No. But if that means I'm going to give you a precious Lalai back, think again. We have a falling star to fend off. My precious Lalai, I have not the slightest idea what you're implying. You wouldn't, would you? Anyways, was it not your grand dream to see the white and black arts of healing and destruction united for common good? So says Lalai, at least. That's well and true, but in value and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meanings of words evolve over time, and she's a friend and an ally, and I must have her! I must be off! somewhere. One last thing. While you're awake and speaking, can she hear us? What a curious question. No, she's not listening, though we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you like, I can share the details. Nope, I'm out. Peace. Yes, Fife. The PS1 version is terrible, and the SNES version is good. So they add the cutscenes. Now, I hate the cutscenes, but let's ignore that for a second. So let's just talk, you know, objective changes. So they add the cutscenes, which are anime, and sometimes they play twice, which is weird. What I mean by that is, like, they'll play the cutscene in the original version, and then they'll play the anime cutscene, like, right before or after, which is just a really weird choice. Then, there's the fact that the PS1 version adds, on average, about 30 seconds to every encounter. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but that's pretty much the seconds and minutes thing in a nutshell. In fact, I actually came up with that term while playing the PS1 version of Chrono Trigger. Yeah, if you have access to it, play the DS or even the PC version. Don't play the PS1 version. The PS1 version sucks. He has feelings for you. I'll assume I misheard you, Lore. On the off chance I did not, pray inform the man. He best not act on these feelings in my presence. Yes, I feel like scorching his precious blowing lock through my scalp. Yeah, seriously. Who likes Lalafells anyways? Honestly. Yep. Let's do it. We're gonna go to the Beastman. Like you do. Yeah, the PS1 version of FF5 is terrible. The PS1 version of FF6 is acceptable. The PS1 version of Chrono Trigger is bad. I would not recommend any of the above. I should know, I own all of them because I was a moron when I was younger. You know I like FF6, right? Well, you'd think I like FF4 better, because I think I own more versions of FF4. Because we got the original SNES, which I do have. Then we have the PS1 version, because I'm an idiot. Then we have the DS version, the best version. The GBA version, which, duh. And I also have it on Steam. I think that's actually it, but that is 5 copies. Oh, nope. I also own the PSP version. So that's 6 copies of FF4. Yeah. At some point, there's going to be the Pixel remaster. That'll be up to 7. But I do not own the Pixel remaster yet. No, I keep waiting for it to come out on the Switch. Alright. It's time to do stuff. There's a comet. It is coming closer with each passing hour. Confirmed. I have a plan. If Hero speaks true, the golems... I don't own the SNES version of FF4. If Hero speaks true, the golems have been causing trouble near the city-states. With little difficulty. But there's one much worse version. Which... So we're hunting the big golems to try and break them down and smatter their gems, so they will not cause any more summoning of the comet, which is on its way as we speak. Almost assuredly, yeah, Omega Legion, I agree. Apparently Link Pearls didn't exist back then. And yeah, there's only one game I've actually bought on the phone. One FF I've bought on the phone, and that is FF1 Pixel Remaster. I can even explain that one, too. I wanted a game... I've actually run out of phone games, and I try out new phone games from time to time, because it's my job, to see how garbage they are. Most of them are garbage. But I wanted something to be able to pass the minutes in my time when I spend, you know, like when I first wake up, or when I'm waiting in line at the grocery store, or whatever, right? You know, scant minutes here and there to be able to do something. This apparently used to be a bog. That's interesting. So different now. And I picked FF1 because it's the only FF I have no investment in. Well, okay. While still being a good game. Like, I don't really have much investment in 2 or 3, but I'd rather not replay 2 or 3. So I don't mind playing 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 1 minute of FF1 and just putting it back down again. You know? Consequently, I discovered they added something to the phone version. I don't know if this is in all of them. It's a tap to move to, which is actually kind of a cool concept, if I'm being honest. Like, so instead of... So, on a phone... For those of you not aware, those of you who haven't played phone games, the way they usually do directions is they make it so you have to put your finger down anywhere, doesn't matter where, and then you do this, right? Now, I hate that with every fiber of my being. It's just awful. I absolutely despise it. But, if you just tap to go to a place, that's much more intuitive and much smoother and much less irritating to do. So, woo! Good feature. I'm standing in it. Screw it. Screw it. I'm standing in it. Actually, yes, Lord Haramont. That's about right. It's FF1. There's no cutscenes to speak of. There's no story to speak of. There's no investment to speak of. I make it 10 more steps down the dungeon and then I put the game down again. Oh, wow. So the golems are actually cannibalizing each other to empower themselves. Yeah. So you like fighting mega golems, right? Right. Yeah, we got a little of a Highlander thing going on here. But yeah, usually I'll be like, alright, go into town, buy some equipment, leave town, save, put game down. Pick game up, start walking to the next dungeon, put game down. Pick game up, go a few steps into the dungeon, put game down, and so forth and so on. It's pretty much a perfect game for that, FF1 specifically. Because FF2 sucks, and FF3 sucks, and FF4 I actually care about, and 5 and 6 and so on. That's why the only Pixel remaster I've purchased is 1, and that's the only one I plan to buy on the phone in general. That being said, it doesn't have controller support, which I only know because there's a huge number of 1-star reviews which all say, why doesn't this have controller support? I hate to sound elitist, but who plays a phone game with a controller? Friends, comrades, brothers and sisters of the Black, we stand on the brink of a disaster most dire. The golems make for Samal. Girabania, I witnessed the golems playing Highlander. But they are forever in search of a more potent etheric source, and they have finally found one. The astrologians at the observatorium have confirmed my fears. The baleful stars of our past is slowly but inexorably changing course, bringing it closer and closer to this planet. The golems call out to it, beckoning it ever closer. According to the latest calculations, any further adjustment to its path, and it will be certain to strike Eorzea head-on. The baleful creatures would climb the highest peak of the land, summon the Mother Stone to bring disaster to our realm. Well, they're not really doing it to summon disaster. They're not even really thinking about it. They're just, doing what they do. Do not give up hope, my frenetic friend. We know the golems are feeding on each other, so why not let's sit back and let this process of unnatural selection take its course, till we're left but a single foe. Out of her mind she is. Quite so. The mother of all automata. Which is why I am the one who has to go kill the Mega Golem. Okay. Can I do it as any other class? So I hate myself for realizing this. Or not realizing this earlier, rather. But I just realized why people want controller support on the phone. It's because they don't have a PC. It's such an obvious solution, right? Well, if you want to play FF5, what are your options? Well, you can emulate, which requires a PC, or knowing how to brick your phone. Not by brick, jailbreak. Jailbreak your phone. So, okay, that's out. You can buy a Game Boy Advance or an SP, and then buy the GBA version. That's expensive as crap. You get a PS1 and that version. That's not super expensive, but it's also crap. Smack that in your cheek. Yeah, go level up. Yep, I get it. Cool. So what do we get after this? Foul! Which costs Polyglot. This should be interesting. So, what are your options then? You can get it on PC, which involves buying a PC, or you play it on the phone. So, I take it back. They should have controller support. I'm not sure how that works, and I don't care, but they should probably actually add controller support. That's right, you could also have a Japanese Super Famicom and the Japanese cartridge in order to play it in Japanese. I'm not even going to mention how expensive that option is. Phones have USB ports. Citation needed. Why, thank you! But with my corporeal form having long since faded to dust, it's an honor and pleasure to see my legacy carried on by men, women, and beastmen after I'm out. Was I just speaking out loud? Stop gawking. Let's go. Here, lore, we will scale the summit. If I may be so bold, I would offer a small amendment to this plan. Samal, as you know, is a holy place to the dragons. I'm ill-inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. Yeah, I'll go talk to Vidofnir. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's the worst idea I've heard today. Or not the worst, sorry, not the worst idea I've heard today. I get it, there are ways to get a controller on a phone. I do. I mean, yeah, just get a Bluetooth controller or whatever. The problem here, and this is the problem, is the game itself needs to have controller support, which it does not. Therein, the problem lies with Square, as it often does. Hi, Vidofnir. Listen, we need to kill a golem that's trying to kill everyone. I sensed this presence of an intruder in our sacred home. At first I was content to observe, but the danger hath grown too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine will take up arms against our common foe, you have my blessing. That's a ringing endorsement. Here, send word to our beastmen. We commence at once. No time to lose. So I anticipate I'm going to fail this the first time, but I'm going to try. Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion. Yeah, Square has a... nothing they do makes sense. My phrase, squirrels for brains, was actually referenced on Twitter recently. Because it's just... You know? Nothing they do makes any freaking sense. Lady Shitoto, my colleague from the observatorium, has confirmed your suspicion. It'll sail far wide of us, if by the slimmest margins. Yet that... Okay. Sail wide of us by the slimmest of margins does not compute, but let's move on. Call it a hunch. I do believe this is the person responsible. Don't we already know this? I don't remember Richie Brock here. I can pull up my Twitter account real quick. Nope, it was specifically in reference to the hit-or-miss nature of Square games. They listed Endwalker, Triangle Strategy, Babylon's Fall, and Chocobo GP. So I guess Chocobo GP was actually involved, my bad. And yeah, that's just Endwalker. Yeah! Babylon's Fall. Ugh. Triangle Strategy. Yeah! And then Chocobo GP. Ugh. Like, what the crap? Do you have to? I actually have, yes, Valvatrix, and it's... Wow! Like, I have not... I was looking forward to Chocobo GP. I was. And then... What? Okay. And then it was Chocobo GP. Strangers of Paradise appears to be pretty good. At least on the gameplay side of things. The story is a little bit more questionable, but the gameplay, by every account I've heard, including 2 friends of mine who have actually played the demo, is pretty legit. I don't have that ability yet, do I? This level? No, I don't. I'm trying to figure out what my rotation is at the level I'm currently at. Speaking of which, this is a good time as any to judge, you know, Black Mage at this level. Hello? Listen, Von Falkenstein, this game is the game of solo dungeons. You want to play this with a friend? Piss off. Yeah, I don't think there's actually much really different or noteworthy this time around, other than me getting my ass handed to me, of course. Wow! What? Okay, that's cool. I'm cool. Let's just get on with it. Oh my god, can we just get on with it? Apparently, Omega Legion. That's just the rule. I don't even have Despair yet, it just occurred to me. Like, that's pretty much all I get, the thing I just did. At this level. Although I do have triple cast now, that's true, actually. Where'd I end up putting that? Damn it! Ah! We start all over from the beginning. Hey, where's my triple cats? This, and then this, just do this. Let's just get this right back on track here. Probably not the best use of triple cast, but you know what? I lost my rotation completely, so screw it. Like, I don't mind a complex class. Really, I don't. It's just, And yeah, I agree with Omega Legion. There are fun mages, just, I do not enjoy Black Mage, personally. Just me. I feel like I should have frickin' Despair now. That's part of the problem. The fact that I don't get that till 72 really sucks. Like, it literally feels like my rotation is incomplete without that. Jesus, enough with the meteors! Like, my AoE rotation is good to go, because I have Flare. I've had Flare since, like, 50. So victory is ours. Woo! Perhaps if you had black magic, but no matter. I have the utmost faith that lore and my efforts were not in vain. And I don't know if I believe that. That light. 12 have mercy. Here it comes! It does, von Falkenstein, yes. And there it goes. With that, I do believe we've been spared a most crushing fate. Stand tall, you just saved the world. Yeah, it's not my first, or second, or third, or fourth time. Anyways, I suppose I should thank you here for doing a remarkable job of not mucking everything up. It's Alamigo's problem now. Xenos, meanwhile, is like, ooh. Oh, he's dead. With that, I believe my work here is done. While I'd love nothing more than to stay and savor our victory a bit longer, all good things must come to an end. Don't look sad. With such promising proteges to carry on my legacy, I can go rest knowing I did not mother the art of destruction in vain. You've seen our art wielded for greater good and the worst of evil. Having witnessed firsthand your prowess and the sheer strength of your resolve, I leave the future in your hands. Walk well, Lore of the Black. And then she inhabits me! And I am now Shentoto. Probably Omega Leaf. So what do you think of the story of Black Mage? How are we feeling about it? Millennia from now, when we have long since faded to dim memory, those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against those who would bring harm to our realm. I mean, Shentoto's legitimately irritating. It is interesting to kind of dig into it a little bit, and the idea of etheric resonance calling to each other is not exactly a new one, but it's fleshed out a bit here. But it's like... yeah, I feel like this might be another wash, which is a shame, but there it is. Does your prudish, pig-headed prejudice know no end? He just gave you a compliment, you idiot. I dare see you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebearer on how to treat a gentleman. I believe that I treat a true gentleman just fine, as Lore would know. At any rate, let's go. Shentoto is totally a meme character. I'm not sure why. I mean... I've never liked her, personally, but she tends to go on... The meme is that she's the... This is an old reference. She's the Chuck Norris of Black Mages, right? Like, she's super mega amazing Black Mage power, death, doom, doom. And that's kind of it. You're welcome, Bidofnir. I don't mind the rhyming. That doesn't bother me. But then again, I like, you know, Zakora, so what the hell do I know? Many golems scaled the peak, but they have come no more. Laid low by magics. Heavens are calm, everything's cool, everything's cool. Shentoto's impressed with lore. 3 cheers for Shentoto, 3 cheers for lore, 3 cheers for the art of destruction. Let's not forget the healer and your ranks played a part in your victory. Aw, happy day it is. Fly home to share joy. We will always be friends and allies. Probably Reggie. I must return to Gridania and fill an official report. Oh, okay. I was wondering if I might express my gratitude to your colleagues in the observatorium. On behalf of Mistress Shentoto, that is. Alright, I will. Don't worry. You have my word, I will do aught to give you credit For the day when you could walk amongst us as normal people. Oh, okay, cool. I could not bear to say this in his presence, but our hero friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? Someday we will have black and white mages side by side, ebony and ivory. Bum-ba-doo, boom-boom-ba-dum. So, let's go learn, what are we learning? Vowel. Oh, we're getting our polyglot. That's what we're getting. I actually answered that question already, Lord Hermon. But I shall repeat myself, because obviously you weren't here for that. For that, I do apologize. I thought you were present. I would say ponies as trainers make the most sense. I mean, think about it. Especially since ponies already have a bit of a thing with interacting with the other sentient animals in their existence, in their setting. So, you know, having a whole thing where Pokemon are added to that mix barely changes anything. Welcome back. I must express my gratitude for all you've done. Profound respect, you've mastered art, you're super awesome and amazing. How can I turn a blind eye while the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never to see the light? Someday we will walk in the light, and not in the shadows. Oh, right, I did actually mean to mention that, Omega Legion, and yeah, you're right. Ah, you're fine, Lord Hermon. Like I said, I'm the one to blame there. I'm the one who didn't actually make sure you were present. I usually make sure people are present for that kind of thing. So we have our first polyglot, which got us foul. How do we generate polyglots? Get some of these gear coffers in here. Yeah, just toss those in there. My chocobo's getting full. Ugh. Got it. Time generation. I notice there's a lot of time generate mechanics in this one. Yeah, I'm content to call that one a wash. There's a little bit of neat stuff, but ultimately it's just, okay. Let's be a machinist. We finally have drill. Yay! Now, what are we about to get? Flamethrower! Here we go. This is it. It's time to have the worst skill in the... That's not true. There's worse skills than that. I'm going to take a very brief AFK just because I just noticed I am out of liquid. And I'm going to be talking a bit, so be right. Speaking of which... Oh. Hey, Mr. Red. Yeah, I gave up. We're playing WoW now. Speaking of which... Hi, Bragwin. Alright, so... Oh, wait. When did... Is this Shadow, or is this End? When did this come out? I'm not sure when to show this quest off, and it keeps bothering me. It's just sitting there, waiting for me. It's End. Okay, whatever. Manufacture. There we go. So, you know how my grocery store, some of you know this, my grocery store sucks? They don't have anything. Like, they never get any of the new flavors or anything. And so I just, it has basic stuff. I mean, it's actually a good grocery store, and there's a bakery nearby, which is really good, and there's an actual butcher's nearby, which is pretty good. But they usually don't get stuff. But this last Sunday, they actually had Toffee Crunch flavored Oreos. I've been really wanting to try this out, so... Because I like different flavors of Oreos. There's like dozens of flavors of Oreos, and we only ever get regular and mint. It smells really good. Mm. It could stand to be a little saltier, but that's really good. If you happen to like toffee flavor, that's good stuff. I like that. What's up, Stefanovian? I don't know how to pronounce any of these names. Are you acquainted with Ishgard's Watch? The commoners who fill its ranks? Yeah, actually. You worked with Hilda before. Splendid. Not that I could tell, Ross. Let's discuss the problem at hand. Following our fair city's shift to a more egalitarian form of government, there's been talk of arming the city watch with machinist weapons and equipment, the very initiative I have long advocated for. And as part of this plan, I have been asked to provide a competent instructor. Well, maybe you've heard about Alamigo's liberation. The aftermath of that little... Yeah, no, that's right. The aftermath of that conflict has seen the manufactory swamped with commissions for material and marksmen, and I've not a single machinist to spare. I was even forced to relinquish Joy, my indispensable right-hand woman, to some far-flung deployment. Good lord. So, go teach Hilda how to use machinist weapons. Okay. I mean, he would have followed his captain, his brother, and his king, Mr. Red. But in all sincerity, Boromir gets a bad rap, which... Oh, right, he's way up here. Which, to be blunt, I'm not cool with. Boromir is not a villainous person. He was a good and noble soul. He was basically the definition of the hero archetype. The only thing he failed at was his will save. And frankly, he only failed that the one time. Yeah, he was doing his best, and he frankly not only did he redeem himself, but remember, he was there with a horrific burden that his father put on him. He did pick a bad time to fail, I can't argue that. Yeah, Boromir's awesome. Legit. And not just because Sean Bean is a good actor. Have you seen this place? My prospectometer is overloaded with such potential. Goblin technology amassed in Main Square alone could keep me tinkering for days. Not that we'll be here that long. Let's go ask around. But yeah, that's the old saying, isn't it? You only need to fail your will save once. But yeah, Boromir, especially in the movies, which I'm leaning on a little bit more than the books, Boromir was very screwed over by his father, who put into his head, frankly, nonsense ideas of, you need to procure this ring and bring it back to Gondor so we can use it to survive against the battles we are currently losing. And granted, his father was literally wrong about that, but you could see how much that would weigh on you when phrased in such a manner. Especially since Boromir is a frontline commander and leader, and as a consequence is well aware of how bad things are going along the, I forget the name of the river. You know, the river. That's the border there between Mordor and Gondor. I see you've one step ahead of me, Lore. At least this time our dear instructor was not so damnably difficult to locate, huh? Yarr! 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 Astute as always, my friend. We've come with an offer of employment. Explain, explain, explain. Probably not, Mr. Red. Yar, 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 yar. Well, Joy's too busy to be an instructor, and you have considerable experience with commanding a military company, if I'm not mistaken. Yar, 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 yar. I'm gonna taunt him. Well, if you don't have the stones for it. Yar, yar, yar. Do you accept? Yar! Excellent. Yeah, I'll handle the introductions. This is Yar. Yar, this is Hilda. But yeah, one of the things I like that Lotro does is it emphasizes how Boromir is basically the top-tier fighter of the group. Like, I'm explaining that wrong, and Lotro's tiering is different than most other fictional settings because everything in Lotro is so low tier. So low tier. Sorry, let me make that more clear. But Lotro makes it clear several times that Boromir is better in a fight than Aragorn. Like, he's a beast in combat. The catch is, of course, Aragorn didn't fail his will saves. Boop. We clear, or must I repeat myself in simple terms? I expect little from you lowborn riffraff. Wish to serve Ishgard, know your place, and keep out of our way. Whoa! What? Hang on, I could shoot him right in the back of his head right now. Nobody would even care. Correct, Final Cloud. Although I'm thinking about not doing it that way. I'm kind of... So what I'm thinking about doing is I might push Sage and Reaper out into the patch content. I haven't 100% decided yet. I'm still thinking about it. I have a vague thought in my mind. That's all I'm going to say about it right now. Is I'm still debating. Debatinating. So anyways, the Watch is a raw lot. They ain't used to formal trading. And you need to work them hard before they can count for more than cannon fodder. Yarr! We'll see about that. I don't know about Limsa's back alleys, but the Broom's not a place that suffers wilting daisies. Yarr! Well, we're officially back in the arms of the Erosian Alliance, right? And if the Temple Knights are marching out to deal with the crisis, the streets will be left to touch thin on soldiers. That's where the Watch comes in. We've been something of an independent operation until now. But the houses want us to put us in the payroll. They mean to use our numbers to plug holes in the walls, as it were. Best part is we get paid more than we were doing for naught. Coin in our purses and food in our bellies. The arrangement's not up to everyone's liking. There's inquisitors and nobles looking to trip us up at every turn. They aren't keen at the idea of commoners being armed and organized. I reckon the only way to shut those bastards down is convincing them the Watch is worth keeping. So we need proper equipment and training. Yarr! Yarr? Yarr, yarr. What? You mean like the Dragoons or the Heaven's Ward? I reckon a good name might impress the Highborn, but I'll be buggered if I can think of one. Yarr! Hilda's Hounds. Oh, you mean Hilda's Hounds. I do like the sound of that. What do you think, Lance? Right then, I'll whip them into shape before you know it. Let's see how tough these broom-ported bastards really are. Really are! Sorry. Absolutely, Mr. Red. Frankly, if I'm being blunt, I'm pretty sure the Fellowship would have died without Boromir. More than once. Okay. Yarr! You know what? I've decided not to say Yarr anymore. Okay. You want me to... Okay. Why is my enemy for this going to be the freaking Temple Guards? Haven't I had enough of beating Ishgardian idiots up the nose for how stupid they are? Do I have to How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Give in, Micromano. Give in to your anger. Which is a mechanic by which warriors can use their abilities. I was not informed. Hi. Lord here's my advisor. I trust his advice more than you. And by which I mean, she didn't say you. What she said is, a empty-helmed, stiff-backed blue blood. I will not dispute his place at this meeting. In fact, I'll be far less inclined to entrust this duty to a foul-mouthed, disrespectful commoner, were she not accompanied by such an advisor. Can we get on with this, please? Yar, yar. A thief has breached the vault and stolen the sacred blade. No. Runting's the sword that used to dub new knights, but that place is crawling with guards. The treasury door is secured with 7 different locks. Yeah, they use dynamite. Oh. Yeah, that would work. By all accounts, the incident took place over a few short minutes. The burglar had a plan. It was very precise in execution. And only the Runting was taken. The loss of such prominent symbols serves before the ceremonies bodes ill for Sir Amaric's reputation. The Lord Commander cannot afford to have his authority eroded at this delicate stage, lest Ishgard fall once more prey to infighting and insurrection. Must reclaim the Blared ere its disappearance become common knowledge. I don't have the time or the knights to spare for this. Well, the hounds might be able to help. They're the best the watch has to offer, and I reckon they could keep their gobs shut. Your showman is our time to shine, so we've a vested interest in seeing it go forward as planned, and, I mean, there's no harm in getting on Sir Amaric's good side either. Let's say we look into it. Do as you wish. Maybe your mob of commoners will see a modicum of success. No, if you'll excuse me. I need to smell the perfume. Flump. There we go. Yes. Quite right. Yep, let me get on my Inquisitor's robes. Why don't we see more mixed race people like Hilda? So, I'm guessing it's the same reason we don't in WoW. And it's because a decent amount of work is required to really make that work. Pretty much every mixed race individual has to be custom tailored and crafted within the engine. And they have to do... So what they do in WoW's case is they actually are wearing equipment. And that equipment actually changes their appearance to make them look like a mixed race. Makes sense? I don't know if FF14 does something similar or if it has some other thing, but that kind of stuff means those pieces of equipment have to be manually crafted for that character model, each individual thing. So it's a little bit of extra work every time they do a mixed race mixed race character. There we go. A lore reason? Not that I'm aware of, no. Hi, Baron. I have no time to spare. Does this mean you're here to help or hinder us? I'm here to help you. Here's some material evidence. Oh, thank you. A mixed race Lala Felon and Roe? Looks like a nightmare, I would imagine. The impact's crushed out of shape, but it looks like a bullet to me. The culprit wielded some sort of firearm. A firearm, did you say? Can I help you? Has there been another crime? Thickly painted noblewoman. I was wondering what that smell was. Committed with one of those horrible inventions. By the gods, I can scarcely sleep at night for worry. I suspect this is the fault of Sir Amaric's precious revolution. And who might you be, miss? And what do you mean another crime? Oh god, she looks hideous. By the tales I've heard at high tea this past week would curl your toes. They say a musket-wielding brigand terrorizes the Western Highlands. Just when the threat of those dragon-loving heretics is violated, a new nightmare rises to take their place. Unless you think there's some noble lady's fancy, even the traders that supply the croziers speak of shots echoing in the air near the hemlock. Dreadful, simply dreadful. I understand our knights must honor their oath to aid foreign nations, but must it come at the cost of keeping order in Ishgard? Look at me. I'm positively flushed. I must retire to my chambers. Oh, yes. Perfume! Was she hard of hearing? She didn't even so much as glance in my direction. Very well, Disco. It's time to kill you, for I answered all my questions. So I don't actually know which one it was, Disco. My forgiveness. Thank you for the bullets, Sir Knight. Good day. It's nice to see someone who's not a total jackass. Much as I'd like to ignore her ladyship's babbling, it might be worth looking into this rumor. Considering the timing, it's too much of a coincidence. You take the bullet. I'll take the hemlock. Okay. In my experience, and you didn't hear me say this, but in my experience, most people who are actually rich are not actually elitist. Most of the time, the elitist snobs in real life, in modern day, are the people who pretend they're rich. Some of you may have heard of the term a paper millionaire. That kind of a person is the person who tends to be an elitist snob. And if you don't know what a paper millionaire is, don't worry about it. It would take me a few minutes to explain, and I kind of want to finish these quests before the lunch break. So, could you check this out for me? Yeah, essentially, Baron. A remnant of a bullet fired from close range. I'll have to do some stuff. Okay, he's gonna send it to Limsa Laments and everything. Oh, do I have to really? Okay, whatever. Well, since I've apparently got to travel ahead of me, let me go ahead and explain a paper millionaire. So here's the easiest way to explain a paper millionaire. I'm gonna give you an example. Let's assume for a moment that Mr. Red decided to craft a new company. So his company, Mr. Red Incorporated, has 4 shares of stock. Just 4. Now let's say for a moment that his company is worth $2, because it's nothing and it produces nothing and it is worthless. However, let's say that thanks to the nature of how these things work, Mr. Red convinces 3 people to buy 1 stock each for $1 million. We'll just use that as a random example. So Mr. Red is now a millionaire. On paper. That's a paper millionaire in a nutshell. Now, that's obviously a really simplistic way to explain it, but that kind of stuff happens fairly commonly. If you ever wondered why some rich people are actually just people who have massive debts and get massive lines of credit, they're usually paper millionaires. Oh yeah, I have Bile Blaster at this level. Woo! See you around, Omega Legion. I was paying too much attention to the ground when the beast came at me. I should put down 1 or 2, but what's that you got there? A leather collar. A leather collar. The curs must have been sent to guard the place, though they seem wild enough to me. I found signs that someone was here. Could be that her ladyship's brigand is more than empty parlor talk. Let's get to the broom, huh? It's freezing out here. I have never heard of a oh, actually, no, I do know what a cardboard millionaire is, yes. So, let me presume. If you're talking about what I think it is, a cardboard millionaire is someone who pretends to be poor in order to constantly get people to give them money or give them loans or help them out financially, when in fact they actually live quite well. There are, so I actually knew someone personally back in Southern California, this is like a couple decades ago at this point, who was a cardboard millionaire. He actually lived in a really nice house and had plenty of money, and then he would spend his day out on the streets in rags and filth begging for money. So apparently that is so. Let's see what Google has to say about this. Nothing apparently. Huh. Okay. I'll drill the troops. We'll let you know if we find anything. Okay. We found anything? We found something! There's a contract promising the sale of a historically significant blade to a Laminson merchant. I'll give you one guess which blade it is. Lomenson Bloke never gave a name, but he's famous for building a trade empire on the ashes of the Calamity, and he's a jackass. Got it. Let's go kill him in his stupid face. Just hold on there, miss. I took your instructor job. That doesn't mean you could drag me into the fray to wipe your arses. I mean, yarr! Ugh. Yep, the current goal. So let me go ahead and give you an up-to-date schedule. Right now I'm trying to smash through some does not require New Game Plus quests, which include Machinist, Samurai, and Summoner. I don't think I'm going to manage all that, but I'm going to try and at least get 2 of them down. And then we come back from the break, we're doing the raids with or without pugs. We're doing it. If we have 8 people, great! If we don't, we're pugging it. It's becoming too much of an issue to have the only one New Game Plus save slot, you know what I mean? And it's really limiting what content I can show off. Yeah, when do I get Scattergun, by the way? 82. Oh, well. Is that a replace thing? Yeah, we're going to do 4 Lords first. Sorry, I should clarify. So we're doing 4 Lords. We're finishing 4 Lords, and then we're going to... This is Thursday. We're going to do 4 Lords, and then I'm going to do the other class quest, I think is actually how I'm going to go with that. Whoop! And if we have people on, we might have time for the other dungeons, and that will essentially be that. Tomorrow, we will officially start Evilise, and we may spend all of tomorrow doing Evilise. We're doing Evilise tomorrow. Damn it. God, that sounds awful, honestly, Mike D'Amato. Okay, so we'll replace Spreadshot. Solo instance. Here's something we do better than we did in the Black Mage ones. I'm going a little slow, Rax, because I died twice on the Black Mage quest. Exactly, 5. The real problem with Evilise will be the mounds of cutscenes. I'm super not reading all the Evilise stuff out loud, just letting you know up front. Oh, it was awful, Rex. Oh, such a goddamn pain. No, Disco. I've actually put considerable thought into that, and I've decided not to do that for any of the MMOs I'll be covering, because all of them have holiday events, and all of them have their own issue with that. So, we're just gonna kind of... Now, about our share. Oh my god! Who the bloody hell's are you? Hilda's Hounds! We got guns. Guardian soldiers, I'll not risk my life against you, fanatics! Doesn't he have the sword? No, he dropped the sword. And yeah, that's the other thing. The quality of holidays in all 3 MMOs, 4 MMOs that I'm aware of, varies wildly. Where did this nonsense come from?
That's far enough.
And of course, I don't have Bioblaster anymore. When do I get Bioblaster? 72. Why is everything at 72?
Right there!
I am technically a little bit behind in terms of my overall schedule. Yesterday put me back a little bit, and technically so did last week. I'm just happy Stormblood itself was a relatively smooth experience to get through the MSQ. 4.0, rather. Are the holidays of WoW good? Yes and no. Some of them are actually pretty legit, and then some of them are not. Go for it, Disco. And if you don't, then I'll kill you. Sure, I mean... Are we done? We killed everyone? I'm gonna shoot him, boss. It's just a coral. Yeah, the biggest problem with WoW's Holidays, and I mean this, was they introduced WoW's Holidays. Job done.
Is that all you've got?
And that sucks. It's just, in short, once you've done one of the WoW Holidays, you really have no real need to do it again unless you're trying to get the rare mount. Because they all have a rare mount.
One shot, one kill.
And that's it. You know, that's the WoW Holidays right there. Bam, done. Oh yeah, I have drill now. I need to remember I have drill. I'm so used to not having drill. Okay.
Let's finish it.
So this, and then this, and then this. Yeah, I noticed I have a couple of tombstones, and I have no idea what gave those. That's today, so something today gave those. Rug. Interesting, Disco. The lads are after the bandit chief himself, but it looks like we got this sorted. Hey, I didn't die, unlike Black Mage. We did it. We got the sword back. The hounds have done well. Hounds have done very well. Good job. Thanks, Laura. That means a lot coming from you. Of course it means... Oh, sorry. Yarr! Sorry, Hilda. The leader's gone. He had a chocobo hidden nearby. Well, we killed a bunch of his people, so that's okay. Dyeable ears. Wow. Yeah, the only things I've ever bought with the Moogle tombstones are the increased move speed and ARR, and I only did that for the very run I'm doing right now. I don't think anything else I actually want. Alright, well, apparently he actually recognized the gun that the bandit leader has. So we're going to have to figure out what that's all about, but we'll see where that goes. What, you don't like my outfit I drink from a hand? I like this outfit. I could rock this in real life. Maybe not the hat, but definitely the rest of it. Oh, okay. We're okay at that drink from hand. All is forgiven. Might still shoot you, though. Welcome back. Wait, where is he? Yeah, he's checking up on something. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I'm sure it's irrelevant. Where you been? I've been itching to open up this letter. Let's see what he has to say. Doo-dum-dum-doo-dum. Mystery solved. I got a good look at Naldic and... It's one of their firearms. Limsa has some bloody strict regulations on the export of firearms, so our bandit chief has a back alley supplier. Come to Limsa Lamensa. Let's go kill people. Okay. Let's do it. You're going with Lore? Is that a good idea? Yeah, I'm with Sim on this one, Hilda. If the leader of the Hound starts picking quarrels in foreign soil, it could be looking for all sorts of trouble for Ishgard. Ishgard's where the trouble started! And since when have the folk of the broom been content to let others do their dirty work? Alright. Oh my gosh! What is Brigman wearing here? An Astrologian. See, Astrologian looks so... Astrologian looks so much better on female than it does male. I don't like any of the Astrologian gear on me, and I've worn several of its pieces, and it's just, ugh, no thank you. Yeah, no, much better. You know, I look terrible, but that's okay, because I secretly am terrible. I was always Zemus. Let's see, do I have any questions in the queue? Oh, favorite Blood Elf in Warcraft. Ooh, there's a lot of good Blood Elves. Lord Thamar is my very first, just knee-jerk thought on that one, because Lord Thamar is frickety awesome, and should have been the new War Chief. I have to think about it past that, because there's a lot of good ones. I really like, the female paladin whose name I can't think of, who's actually had a story arc going from BC to Legion in the background. Like, most people don't even notice she's there, but she's actually been developing in Lady Liadrin. She's been in every expansion, little bit, from BC all the way to Legion. And her story arc kind of concluded in Legion. It's really good. Anyways. I was aiming to avoid political complications, and lore isn't tied to a nation. Alright, whatever. Let's go find our black marketeer friend. So the Lady Liadrin, I can explain this, if you give me a minute here. Oh, Lorthamar? I can explain that one too. So, the way that the High Elf military was structured was they had generals of factions. So you had like your Magister General, your Ranger General, and so forth and so on, right? The Ranger Generals are technically druids in terms of the types of magic they practice. So picture a druidic archer who is also really good with a sword, and you've got a ranger. The Rangers were their big elites, in other words. You with me so far? Lorthamar was one of their really, really best Rangers. He wasn't that high rank at the time, but he was a really good commander, and he is a really good warrior. He's a frontline leader kind of a guy. Great dude. Good head on his shoulders, not elite, you know, decent folk, etc., etc. He worked under Sylvanas, who was the actual Ranger General at the time. Now, when the Scourge hit, as they often do, they kind of threw everything completely into discombobulation. Most of the hierarchy of Silvermoon died in that invasion, including the, well, okay. There's a retcon involved, but basically everyone above him in the command chain died. So Lorthamar suddenly found himself the highest-ranking member of the entire High Elven people. So he sort of took the place as regent and started trying to actually run the country. Now, he's not much of a political leader. He is very much a military leader. But because he gives a damn, he bothered to bring in two people, one of whom was, I can't remember his name, Hethlane or something like that. And the other is one of the head magisters, to advise him so he could start being the political leader in addition to being the military leader. And he did the best he could to try and make all of this work. And he did a good job of it, frankly. He turned the Blood Elves around, despite Sylvanas' attempting to wipe them out, which I'm not even going to get into right now. That's Lorthamar. He also tried to join the Alliance. Twice. One time he failed because the Alliance is the Alliance. The other time he failed because of manipulations and machinations. So, listen. Help us or die. I'm a humble merchant. Help us or die. Okay. Providence Camp. Alright, well, let's go. Yarr. Also, I'm gonna shoot you. That's literally just said. I'm gonna shoot you if this turns out to be a false lead. Way up here? Okay, whatever. Yes, Sylvanas. So, some of you may or may not be aware of this, but Sylvanas, up until Wrath, only had one thing she cared about. She wanted to kill Arthas, who she mistakenly blamed for all the things that happened to her. So all she cared about was revenge, right? What I mean by that is everything she did, and I do mean everything she did, was only for that goal. And this is where Sylvanas is actually her most evil. No, really, I mean that. Not counting the recent stuff, which is just badly written. The well-written Sylvanas was actually just, you know, I will do anything necessary in order to accomplish this goal of revenge, and nothing more and nothing less. So what she wanted to do was to send the Blood Elves, who, I want to remind you, and this is not just me presuming, this is actually a short story about this, the Blood Elves who barely had a military, who didn't actually have strong, they had trouble holding on to their own territories. I'm saying this wrong. This is Blood Elf territory, right? During all of these events, it shrank to here. The Blood Elves were having trouble holding on to this. They were so beleaguered and so on the back foot, they didn't even have the resources to actually keep them, to rebuild. This is actually canonically why Silvermoon hasn't been reconstructed in so long. And they were just completely on the back foot, no resources, no personnel, no military to speak of. And Sylvanas said, all right, so you're going to Northrend and you're going to fight for me in these battles as disposable fodder. If you don't, I'll wipe you out. It's straight up blackmail. Now that's the incident I'm referring to. Oh no, I've signed my own death warrant. Why does he keep attacking me with these stupid things? I should probably mention, by the way, that she was also using the Forsaken as disposable fodder. Up to and including Wrath. The difference there is this Forsaken... It's actually complicated, but the long and the short of it is she had much of the Forsaken's loyalty, and so most of the Forsaken were like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Whereas the Blood Elves are like, well, it's this or death. So... The irony is because Sylvanas forced the Blood Elves to have greater political ties to the Horde, the Blood Elves were able to start rebuilding themselves and get back to a point where they could actually function directly because of the thing that was intended to wipe them out as fodder in order to get her revenge. So, return to life is not quite how I would phrase that, Dracul. But I know the one you're talking about, yes. And yes, that is after Wrath, which is after the events I'm talking about, yes. I came running when I heard the shots, but it seems you had things in hand. Looking for this more of you, please. I'll do anything else. Just don't kill me. Stop, you blubbering. We'll not kill you yet. Answers? What's he on about, Lore? The identity of the bandit's employer. Wait, it wasn't the black market guy? I guess he wanted more than the sword, huh? The whole deal was just made through this bastard. Start barking, dog, and it might save your hide. We were pirates once until the Admiral passed her bloody law. Blokes like us weren't cut out for honest work. You... Boo-hoo. We'd almost drunk up the last of our plunder when that back alley peddler showed up with some overpainted wench. Said she'd have a job for us. Overpainted? All we had to do was filch a special sword from the Holy See. For the purse she offered, we'd have stolen the whole vault. Who was this woman? Part of the deal was he didn't ask questions. Even the merchant didn't know her name. It was odd, but we needed the coin. The job itself was easy as piss. She even paid me to have a firearm to use. She paid for me to have a firearm to use and sent us down a route where we didn't see any guards. I don't know how she managed that trick. All we did was follow her map, shoot the bolt in the lock, walked in, grabbed the sword, walked out. Trouble came after the delivery was made. She gave the blade back to you. Aye, she sent for me again the day after. Pushed the sword in my hand along with a sack full of coin. Said she made a mistake or something. I should sell the damn thing. Well, I ain't a fool enough to try fencing relic on my own, so I went back to the merchant. You were fool enough not to properly burn your contract of sale. How do you think we found you this time? The first time. Contract of sale? What are you talking about? You think I'd leave a deal like that in ink for the whole world to see? Yeah. There's just one problem with your story. I told you the truth, I swear. It was the wench that put us up to it. Oh, I believed that. What catches in my craw is her reason for handing back the sword. That was no mistake. And us finding the contract that this bastard says he never wrote is no mistake either. We were led on the nose to reclaim Hrunting before it was sold, and the quickest way to learn the why of it might be able to ask the blade itself. Would you mind carting this piece of offal back to Ishgard? Yarr! Or for that witch Merlwibbener. Stupid law, I'd be sailing free on the high seas. Yeah, how dare she demand that you stop being a pirate? Rostalal, you can kill him after I'm gone. You have my permission. This quest is taking too long. I don't think I'm going to get any the other 2 quests done. That's it. That's okay. That's okay. I'll save them for later. So we're doing the freaking... I'm going the wrong way. We're doing 4 Lords when I come back from the lunch break. That's happening. Yo ho, he's shot in the face. Thank you, Kira White Noise. Always. Give me a minute. I will put that towards Assassin's Creed 2. Is it on the list? I don't remember. Right now we are a machinist. Gunslinger. You again. Was there some choice insult you'd forgotten to spit at me during my previous meeting? Truce. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. Explain. I see. So you believe hunting may have been altered in some fashion before you were allowed to reclaim it. It's too convenient, don't you think? Maybe I'm wrong, but I need to look... I'd rather look the fool and risk something than risk something happen at the ceremony. We need to check the sword. I must admit your passion confounds me. The blade is recovered, your hounds done their duty. Why bother pursuing such faint suspicion? Why willingly endure the presence of a man you so clearly despise? Oh, I hate your guts, but once I take on a job, I do the damn thing. Lord gave his all to Ishgard. How would I look him in the eye if I let our petty feud get in the way of my duty? Such pride. I've not seen this side of thee before. I'll flirt later. God, why do all of these involve flirting? I must say, if there's truly some flaw or trickery, consequences could be grave indeed. Yet there are rules in place which prevent me from simply handing hunting over to the hounds. Furthermore, our blacksmith has already inspected the recovered weapon and declared it sound. Even so, I will call upon Lord Dravanian to conduct an independent examination. A machinist may notice a detail a blacksmith would overlook. Is this something that can be accomplished with discretion? Yeah. Very good. Let's do it. Yeah, I think most of the Assassin's Creeds have had modern ports, which is actually nice. Of all frickin' companies, Ubisoft. No, Mr. Red? I mean, there's good parts to BFA, too, and there's good parts to Shadowland, but... I mean, the Jailer's literally already retconned. I know that Ion is like, oh, we totally planned it way from the beginning, but basic analysis would indicate that, no. The Jailer has undergone a significant and stark retcon at the last minute. It's not that hard to pick out. Okay. Now we wait. For 5 seconds. Yep, flamethrower. I wonder what the 70 gear for machinist is. I mean, I could look, but, you know, I only have so many slots in my freaking armory. Oh, they totally were Rex. Although what's funny is... don't ask me to go into specifics because it would take me a minute. I'd have to look up a couple of things, but there's something they did in the latest patch when everyone's like, oh, they copied Endwalker. And yeah, there's probably some of that there. But no, what they totally copied was Guild Wars 2. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. All the relevant parties appear to be present, if you would. Yeah, I know, right, Rex? Like, Guild Wars 2 is a fine game which does some good stuff, but... Anyway, sorry, I should read this out loud. I discovered a bomb concealed inside the hilt of the sword. This particular explosive was part of a batch intended for Temple Knight training purposes. It's designed to be detonated from a distance. I won't bore you with specifics. I'm quite familiar with it. After all, I made it. Someone went a lot of trouble to sneak that bomb into the ceremony. An assassination attempt? Unlikely. These bombs were designed for training exercises. Even if you grasped the hilt when it exploded, you wouldn't even lose a finger. Nasty burns at the worst. That would be more than enough. The sacred blade to be dropped during the investitures. Many of the crowd would interpret that as a sign from the Fury. Lord Commander's authority would come into question. Responsibility would fall squarely on the hounds. Ah, so if someone wishes to discredit the Watch beyond salvation, that explain the ridiculous rumors presently circulating amongst the lords and ladies. Rumors. That Hrunting's theft and recovery was orchestrated by the Watch itself. Some of the more impressionable members are convinced you armed bandits with firearms, instructed them to steal the sword and capture them to elevate your standing. Because that's the thing they would do. Yet we know who did it. We've already met her, for God's sakes. I suspect this villainous fears the threat to the status quo, and the high profile of the Hounds has made you a target. A strike against you is a strike against any commoner bearing the power of a firearm. I'm flattered to know we've become important, but she picked the wrong pack of dogs to corner. Yarr. So, we can proceed with the ceremonies planned and catch her red-handed. Yeah. Unfortunately, I agree with you, Mr. Red. And it's unfortunate because, to be blunt, the rest of that cutscene is actually great. I don't want to overstate it, but it is a very good cutscene. And then he had to say that last line, and it's just like, oh. Oh, okay. Cool. That's cool. The problem... I don't want to talk about WoW even more than I already have today, but the problem is, if you actually pay attention to the nitty-gritty details, if you've been analyzing Warcraft cutscenes for 10 friggin' years like I have, you start to notice some trends. And all of the Shadowland cutscenes kinda suck to some extent or another. Bike. I usually say bike, Blade Turbo. Yeah, no kidding about Poachers stuff. Oh god, how do they say it in Stranger of Paradise? Because he's in it, I know. Have it. The signal came from the far edge of the broom. Smug bastards are hiding in our home territory. Very well. We'll give them a right proper route. Okay. BK? BK? Look, if I want a Whopper, I don't think I'm going to this guy, okay? Can we just pretend that we never heard that? Yep, Bike the Pirate. Cool. Everything's cool. This is Melise. Is the crowd enjoying our... What? Nothing? Not even a puff of smoke? Surprise! We found your bomb. Hi! The Hounds! I know you. You're that noble that ignored me outside the vault. In the right place at the right time to plant the bandit rumor, huh? And I suppose you were the one who penned the contract, too. What nonsense. I have no memory of fraternizing with commoners. I'd make a joke about you spreading your legs for them, but I probably shouldn't do that in current company. Oh, now what? Not only have you interfered with official inquisitorial business, you've insulted and accused an innocent member of the nobility. Mayhap a spell in the dungeons will remind you of your place. I'm sorry, what? You what? Now we meet the rest of the rats. If you're wondering how the noble wench got a hold of a training bob or cleared a route for the vault, there's your answer. You're sworn to protect Ishgard and you choose to throw in your lot with this highborn dolt? Sir Amaric's fighting to keep the city from tearing itself apart. Why don't you just put a blade on his back while you're at it? They tried that. Hilda. It was actually more like his gut, but still. The time for empty bravado has passed. We are not common savages. Give yourself up. I promise you'll live to see tomorrow. You can stick that promise right up your arse. Is that common enough for you? Well, time to murder a bunch of idiots in Ishgard again! Is this just my day job now? Oh, for God's sakes. You know, you think at some point we're going to run out of idiots, right? Like, eventually, at some point, they'll all be dead. They have a drill in the face.
Is that all you've got?
Literally just one-shot that guy with the drill. That was strangely satisfying.
Right there!
Just... I know they don't have much health, but that was still really satisfying to just... dead! Alright, come on. We gotta have a real fight. That's how these work. Oh no, she's slowly getting away on her. Just... I mean, if, in fairness, a drill to the face should probably kill you. Madam, I do not grievous, these low-born ruffians seek to cause me harm. Let us dispense with the... I was going to say, did she go to Muscadine for this? Let's dispense with the theatrics. After capturing your accomplice at the ceremony, it was surprisingly easy to prize-free the details of your plan. You have sided with these common curs? I thought you a proud member of the nobility. As one of the chosen few... Smack? How can you countenance any act that places power in the filthy hands of the broom-born? Smack! Chosen few. An accident of birth allowed us privilege to fight for our nation. And I, for one, welcome new comrades in arms. Your actions brand you as the enemy of Ishgard, and you will pay for your crimes. Thank you! This is blasphemy. I'm an inquisitor. You betray your bloodline. It falls to me to excise the corruption seeping from the nation's veins. So this will probably be the real fight. Baroness, which is funny because for those of you who don't get the joke there, a baron or a baroness is actually the lowest possible rank. The lowest of the low in the nobility. I'm not making that up. You can look it up. Bam! So anyways, so she just drank some dragon blood, in case you missed that. I was wondering why she was going to be a fight. Uh-oh, I have aggro. Run! Run! It's okay, this is the no telegraph boss. I remember these things. You know what? I actually have another drill for your face! Just got drilled for days. By the way, the Inquisitor just drank dragon blood to kill commoners. Just appreciate that for a second. Really process that one. Just to prove I can do it while moving. Drill. God, I love that spell.
Let's finish it.
That's true. It's not technically illegal. But, you know, considering her whole shtick is adhering to the old ways and how stupid they are. Drill to the face. Actually, that was more like the abdomen, but, you know, whatever. You know what? Here, let's just shoot you a little bit more. I like shooting people like you. It's cathartic, you know? I think that dragon was onto something in the Dragoon quest. We done here? You twit? It is finished. The Baroness and her cronies believe that none but the nobility are fit to lead Ishgard's people. They resented efforts to bring highborn and lowborn closer in standing. It would seem the Hound's formation was too great a threat to be endured. All we want's a little respect and the strength to defend our home. What are they so bloody afraid of? Do they fear erosion of their status? I confess feeling a whisper of that unreasoning terror. Had I succumbed to jealousy and hate, I may have joined them on their twisted path. But I had misjudged you. I believe you so reviled the circumstance of your birth, you sought to bring ruin to Ishgard. Until recently, that wouldn't have been far off the mark. It was Lawrence or Aymeric who convinced me fighting for a change was a more worthwhile than adding to misery. It's like hellspawn. Wait. Forgive the barbs I've slung at you and your hounds, Captain. I've been blind to the courage and determination of the common folk. I humbly request the Watch continue aid us in the defense of this city. You didn't deserve all the spite I spat at you either. I see his face when I look at you, and I bloody can't help myself. I'll try to work on that, though. Yeah. Now kiss. I'm joking. This is actually kind of awesome. This is probably my favorite class quest so far. Although Dragoon was pretty legit, too. So that's 2 good class quests so far. Oh yeah, by the way, that was her brother. Which is why she could so casually reference her father and know that he knew what she meant. Sorry, yeah, half-brother, but still. Left that part out, did I? Yeah, he's my half-brother, born to another woman. Yeah, half-breed. Well, that's just a thing you just blurt out now, is it? Not something I bring up often, and I don't reckon he's too keen on declaring his relation to a mongrel, especially after he inherited the old man's estate. You can put bad blood behind you. Better than drowning in it on any road. You might be right. You know, I know it's coincidence. I know it is, because I've seen bad quests in Heavensward. But it's funny to me that the 2 most Ishgardian-related class quests, Dragoon and Machinist, have been the best ones so far. Yeah, I think positive worthy is definite here. Let's go and scroll up a little bit. It's our story. There we are. So, Hellspawn says, help the man himself keep going. Lord knows I need it. I don't know if you heard me mention this yesterday, Hellspawn, but I actually had to pay an unexpected $900 bill to the IRS, which I will probably get back, but still, that was a little bit of a which I wasn't really planning on, so, you know. So, thank you very, very much, Hellspawn. Always. And I'll put that towards Age of Empires 2. Bingo, von Falkenstein. Dumped her off in the broom, and she kind of grew up in the broom. I should say dumped her mother and her off in the broom, but you get the idea. Yeah, as soon as I believe the exact coarse way they put it was as soon as her belly started growing, well, out she went. True, Disco. Very true. I was expecting to like Scholar. I just didn't. But whatever. So we are 6 minutes into my lunch break, so I should probably go ahead and chop off here. When we come back, we're doing Four Lords one way or the other. So anybody who wants to be there when we come back from the lunch break, please feel free to join us. I would love to have you. If we have 8 people, that's awesome. And if we don't, that sucks. But we're still doing it one way or the other. So, Four Lords. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Samurai for this nonsense. Either way, I will see you all in about an hour. Or I will probably start early, because I always do these days.